hello, everyone. How's it going? And I've got to get the game. I don't know where the game is. This it? This is it. There we go. Perfect. I also got to move my camera. Hang on. Whoop. We said about here was fine, chat. Oh. Oh. Good. Kind of. Thank you for the shout out, Claudia. Hang on. We'll get to the things. Okay. Where is sound? And sound. Hello?
Hello, Amber.
Hello, Clara. It's a good day. At the office, won't be able to listen in too much. That's okay. We appreciate
It's
you. We
okay.
appreciate you hanging out. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm exhausted from like the history lessons last night. I spent way too long in a VC chat with Jane, and ended up going to bed at like 2:30. You know.
I guess.
Hey, Chaos. All
Is the
right.
chaos okay?
Are we ready to proceed with the game?
Yeah.
All right. So I filled up the evil ring. If I remember correctly, I have to equip this necklace and then wear it. But only when I get to the door.
Yes, must tell the door just how evil you are.
Well, it yeeted me the last time, so you know, don't want to make the same mistake twice. So speaking of Ashara, look, it's Ashara.
Looks like the ring is back at full power now. But I must say, there's a lot more power than I was expecting. I imagine we're just ordinary person in sanctuary at best.
Okay. I'm ready for the magic. Ta-da!
Sesame!
As the door opened, the evil ring's power drained away, and the two malevolent forces had cancelled one another out. Neat. It worked. Of course it worked. Why wouldn't it have worked? My Shelly. Don't be Shelly now. Of course it worked. Perfect plan. There was no problems with this plan whatsoever.
None.
No
We've
risk.
been new.
Yeah, we knew. We knew it would open.
Yeah. Nicely done, Hugo.
Thank y'all. Thanks, but I couldn't have done it without your expertise. Now, come on. Let's get inside. Hey! Lady Fenna. I forget. I'm Fenna, you're Reha, right? Hugo! Ashera! Mushka! A barrier?
Damn. Lady Fia. Are you injured?
I'm alright. There's no need to worry. It's quite strong, but it's not harmful in any way. It seems designed solely to keep me in one place.
Oh, thank goodness for small favors, I suppose.
Yeah. In any event, I can't believe you actually made it all the way here. I don't know how I could ever properly thank you.
Please, direct your gratitude towards Hugo.
And he will say, please don't thank me.
Just don't do stupid things. His efforts were what made this meeting possible.
Hugo likes to be factual, so anybody that doesn't act factual is stupid in his book. Which makes sense, seeing as he's named Hugo Fact, you know?
Yeah. He lives up to his name, I guess.
He does. Is that so? Then from the bottom of my heart, I give you my thanks, Hugo Fact. You've gone through so much on my account, even fighting your own brother. Words cannot express my regret. You had nothing to do with it. The fight was instigated by me, after all. And I only lost because I was the weaker man. Nothing more, nothing less. Hugo. While imprisoned in this room, I had a brief opportunity to speak with him. And I assure you, despite his actions, his appearance, is still the man he's always been. I'm absolutely certain of it. In fact, get it? In fact, he seems to be worried about you. He didn't say as much, but I could clearly see it in his eyes. So please, won't you forgive? Just stop. This is a family issue. It doesn't involve you. And I thank you to keep your nose out of our business. Damn. Well, okay. Hugo.
Now hold on. You can't talk to Lady Fina that way.
Oh, he can and he will. And I love it. No, he's right. It's not my place to lecture him. I'm sorry, Hugo. I didn't mean to upset you. That's quite alright, thank you. Lady Fina! Yumika? Yep. Hey, Fina, thank goodness you're safe. Yumika. And the rest of you, too. It's good. It's so good to see you.
Sure took you guys long enough to get here, though.
Sorry, they got turned to stone and Yumika had to free them. Our apologies. We met fierce resistance. I hope we were not. You were not. Words? Help? I hope you were not kept waiting long, Lady Fina. So now it's just a matter of breaking through this barrier.
Right. There's a lot easier said than done. There's some pretty intense magic at work here. What the fuck, English? What the fuck is happening?
We're off to a fantastic start.
Yes. Fortunately, it's an enchantment rather than a curse. So I'm pretty confident we'll be able to dispel it, given enough time.
Excellent. We'll stand guard then, to ensure your safety until the task is complete. Hopefully we can secure Lady Fina's freedom with minimal delay. No, that won't be necessary. Pardon? Lady Fina! We never intended for any of you to get involved in this matter. Rhea and I were fully prepared to resolve it on our own. But you're here now, and as I'm presently indisposed, I see little choice but to seek your assistance. It pains me to speak of this, but will you hear me out? Of course. Whatever your wish, my lady.
Yeah. There's still a lot we don't know about what's going on down here. I think I speak for all of us when I said that any information you can provide would be more than welcome.
Thank you. As you know, for the last several years, Ys has been perpetually invaded and ransacked by demons. What you may not know, however, is the reason behind those attacks. Believe it or not, the Black Pearl is the Calenium metal are to blame.
Huh?
We've heard this story before.
Yeah, you can't be serious. So those Outlanders are the ones responsible for this mess?
Well, they're involved now, certainly. They've exercised full control over the demons, after all. But they're not responsible for the demons themselves, no. The dubious honor goes to the Black Pearl, which inadvertently awakened what we call the demonic essence. The demonic essence? It's hard to put into words. Think of it as a malicious will. The very sense of demonization itself. Basically a dark side of magic. It's just as the Black Pearl spreads magical abilities far and wide, so does it spread this malevolent energy. As it spreads, it distorts the earth, twisting and reshaping it until it takes on a demonic form and comes to life. And the Krita on the ground serves to amplify this effect, exactly as it does with magic. Essentially, as long as there exist veins of Kritia in the earth, the distortions will grow worse and more demons will spawn. That's why we, along with the 6 priests, sealed it away in the chambers cut off from the Black Pearl's influence. But now the demonic essence is at its strongest here on the surface. And the tower's existence clearly illustrates the Darklings have somehow learned to harness it for their own gain. And our goal is to seal it away, back into the Black Pearl, from whence it came, for all eternity. It's gonna fail, though. Words fail me.
I can see why you kept quiet about this for so long. We could very well be looking at a complete paradigm shift for all of these. Our entire way of life is at stake.
Be fine. That's correct. The sorcerer Kaz intends to obtain the Black Pearl and simulate the demonic essence within, granting his physical form. God damn it, Kaz, why you would be up to shady shit? Since Rhea has it now, we can be assured our enemy's attention is focused squarely on her. But if she is to be should be captured, will suffice to say we mustn't allow that to happen. Please find Rhea and help her keep the Black Pearl from the enemy's out of the enemy's hands. All knights shall guard her with our lives. You can count on us. I still have one question, though, if I may. Certainly. The Black Pearl and the Kretia have sustained our people for quite some time. So, I do understand why those two came here in secret. To some extent, anyway. But why were even the 6 priests kept unaware of your intentions? They are your trusted retainers, no? And they're just as concerned about preventing public unrest as you. So I'm certain they would have kept your secret. Yet you obviously came here without consulting a single one of them. So either you're still holding something from us, or you're flat out lying. Woo! Hugo burning a goddess. I love this man. This is so great. I love this guy. Oh.
Bastard. Do you still doubt the goddesses even after everything we just heard?
Yes.
Yes.
Press X to doubt.
Oh, especially
Hugo.
that part. Here we go again. That me.
Here we go again. No, Hugo's right. There is more to tell, but at the present, it's more than a theory on our part. Until I can be certain of its accuracy, I prefer not to speak of it. I hope you understand. Alright, I won't push the matter. And I recognize if my asking caused you any undue discomfort. But just to confirm, once we've reached a conclusion as to the accuracy of your theory, you will be more forthcoming about it, won't you? You have my word. Lady Fenna? Alright, is everyone ready? We have a new mission, and it's our top priority. Should the Black Pearl fall into enemy hands, the demonic essence will be unleashed, and all will be lost. We must find Lady Rayhead as quickly as we can and become her shield. Yes, sir. And so the Holy Knight's search for Rayhead continued, each night feeling a renewed sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Hugo once again set off on his own, leaving Shara and Misha to tend to the barrier around Lady Fenna. Alright. Key! My key! Acquired! Alright. Bye, Fenna! It was nice knowing you. Whee! Oh, hey, cutscene again. Sweet. Hugo! What is it now? Well, I just wanted to tell you, I think you were right to say what you said. But I don't think Lady Fenna minded. But, spit it out already. What are you getting at? I'm worried about you. I know you wanted to be respected and looked up to, but you're always making a scene. Always making people mad. Yeah. It's what he's good at. And I know you're probably just as irritable because your family and your brother and everything, but still. I'm pretty sure you aren't going to take me up on this, since you never have before. But I just want you to know that I'm... Will you leave me the hell alone already? Oh. If you'd stop murmuring for 1 second and actually listen to what I have to say, maybe I'll finally get it. You think I want to be respected and looked up to? You think I'm letting my brother's indiscretions or my position go to my head? Seems you know me better than I know myself, because that's not all news to me. I wasn't trying to... Look, I don't want to hear it. Just get out of my way. Just get out of my sight already, will you? I'll keep my own counsel, thank you. I'm sure as hell not going to take advice from you. Oh! Hugo! I'm sorry! Damn! That was a bit harsh, Hugo. Damn it. Epona told me the exact same thing. I actually bothered to listen to her. What the hell is wrong with me? I don't know. What is wrong with you? You really are an ass. Who this? Oh, it's Ashara. Ashara.
I'm pretty sure the whole tower heard you too just now.
Damn.
Not exactly your proudest moment, Hugo.
Are you going to lecture me now?
Of course not. That wouldn't do me any good at all. You'd probably just flip out on me. That's what you tend to do whenever anyone gets a little too close for comfort. And considering your reaction, I'd say Mirsha hit the nail right on the head. Well, you just think about what you did while you're up gallivanting around the tower, okay? Once you've come to your senses, I'd suggest you apologize to the poor girl. I think even you might realize you did that.
Bad boy,
Anyway.
Hugo.
Anyway, be careful out there. Don't let those end up being your last words to Mirsha.
I should go. I mean, this tower is about to be the only good I can do right now. I think. I think Hugo. Well, we're back to climbing the tower. Clary, would you like to tell us more about that story you were reading the last time? Do you still have it? Do you still have it?
Yeah, I do. Give me a sec.
Yeah! Story time with Eclaria, chat. You all ready for story time with Eclaria? It's gonna be good.
I'm just scrolling through the fucking the meme. I am representative of the section.
Ow. Eclaria?
Yes, I'm getting the link.
Oh, sorry. I thought Discord broke. I heard your voice and then you went silent. I was like, Discord break?
Cassidy, he's so focused on killing Hugo's loved one. Okay, anyway, the third chapter, representative of the Septian Church. The train barreled on, almost flying through the thick veil of fog. Droplets of weather splattered against the window glass, extending out like transparent veins, and continued to wiggle down back and forth under the pressure of the swiftly passing wind. Oh my god. My throat! Jesus, water, please. Placing the temple of my head against the glass, I stared blankly down at the tickets in my hand and rubbed the two of them together between my fingers. I would be traveling by train to the border city, far south of its imperial cousin, and then to reach the Liberal Kingdom, I would have to transfer to an airship. Both of my tickets were first class, but not the highest end seats available. Damn, that's so sad. It's like imagine you was like, oh yeah, I finally got myself into like the first class, right? And then you get like the shittiest seat in the first class. The passenger car was nearly at its full capacity, but for some peculiar reason, nobody had seated themselves in the space next to mine. As I mused about the empty seat, it occurred to me that Mitch may have purchased the spot ahead of time, leaving it vacant on purpose. There was no doubt in my mind that he was being paid handsomely to make sure this job was done and done well. Will you be travelling to the Liberal Kingdom, sir? Right around the time my trip was
Ow.
on the rail had passed its halfway mark, I was met with this sudden question and sat up with a start. My eyes searched for the one who asked it. There, standing in the aisle, was a single woman with a radiant complexion, beaming down at me. She wore a coat with overlapping buckles, secured slightly above her breast, and appeared to be in her mid-30s. Gingerly bending her knees and pointing her finger at the empty seat beside me, she asked, "Do you mind?" With a tilt of her head, she indicated the rear of the passenger car, where swirling smoke saturated the air and softly murmured. The smell of tobacco smoke is just dreadful. Good morning, Ashara, above her breath.
Hey, Shara!
The words you choose to focus on.
Ashara picks the right words, okay? Always.
Ashara. Above her titties. Everybody on the yoke of Ashara's like, fucking hell.
It's Ashara. Well, I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised, but the amount of ways you can describe it. Yeah, look, Amber want me to read her a story. It's just so.
I want you
happened
to
be
read
there.
chat a story because I'm climbing this tower and it could take a while.
Yeah, and then
I don't want to sit. I don't
timing.
want chat to sit in silence. I thought chat would enjoy a story. You don't want a story, chat?
A story they shall enjoy, especially Ashara.
Yeah.
Wordlessly, I nodded and dragged my bag from its place on the floor, moving it over by the window to the opposite side of my feet. The woman expressed her thanks and delicately sat herself down in the seat next to mine. For being a perfect stranger, she talked on endlessly, and I appropriately reciprocated the conversation by saying that I was on my way to the Liberal Kingdom on business as an Altman specialist. Her story was that she was on a mission of mercy for the church and had an errand to fulfill in a border city. Just so you know, people sometimes refer to me as sister, she went on. Of course, it's just a nickname. She recrossed her black leather boot-clad legs and let out a sort of suppressed titter from the back of her throat as she made mention of this. Sister Cornelia was her nickname. We continued on in this fashion, subjecting ourselves to a variety of idle banter. And as the time drew on, the sun overhead began to dip in its arc, crossing the celestial meridian and descending into the west. Each time the moving train cleared a grove of trees, the entire vehicle, passenger cars and all, was bathed in a warm apricot hue, flooding into the cabins, creating a majestic spectacle. I gasped at the cascading effect, and in doing so, locked eyes with Sister Cornelia right at the moment when the brilliance of the sinking western light slipped into her rich brown irises, causing them to give off an exquisite purplish sparkle. The glance made me wonder if the origin of her nickname was somehow related to the color of her eyes being likened unto the luster of a polished Canadian stone. The train gradually began to decelerate, and Sister Cornelia returned to her original seat in order to collect her bags. As a matter of habit, I checked my bag and Altman and found both the brown paper cover package and a magical device fastened into my trousers in a pocket by a series of chain stitches. Exactly where and how I lived it. A woman's voice came over the intercom system announcing that the train would be arriving on schedule and that rainy weather was to be expected at our destination. At the conclusion of the announcement, a number of disappointed sighs could be heard coming from along the rows of seats. Raindrops pattered against the windows outside as the looming silhouette of the overcast city came into view. The station's signal lamp emitted an angular light, which was scattered with a reflective effect by the falling droplets of water. Then came a spine-chilling metallic sound, followed by the jolt of the Oddman engines reversing thrust as the locomotive at the front of the train lurched to a stop. Over the loudspeaker came another announcement asking passengers to ensure that they do not leave their baggage behind. And with that, several people stood and crowded into the aisle, watching a station worker in uniform as he waved a small flag amidst the falling rain. I picked up my bag and rose to my feet. I crossed paths with Sister Cornelia as I attempted to step into the aisle, but when she tried to step aside and allow me room to pass, she suddenly tripped and fell forward. Grabbing onto my shoulder for support, she picked herself up and, with an embarrassed smile, let me by. I gave her a short bow in line with general etiquette practices, then headed for the exit ahead of her. Following my lead, Sister Cornelia shuffled along closely behind me, so close, in fact, that it felt as though she would step on my heels. Something about it just didn't feel right. Instinctively, sliding my right hand into my pocket, I searched for my Oddman, but the brass feeling I had grown accustomed to was nowhere to be found. In an instant, I found my arm being twisted behind my back by someone or something with incredible strength. The sleek sound of a blade being unsheathed, and then a warning prick at the tip of my back indicated the seriousness of the situation. I have what you're looking for, Toby, whispered Sister Cornelia in an almost inaudible tone, her lips barely moving just behind my right ear. Let's not try anything either, shall we? I'd hate to see our afternoon spoiled any more than it's going to be. And to show that she meant business, Sister Cornelia slightly altered the angle of her grip on my wrist, causing an explosion of agony with a sense spark flashing behind my eyes. That's the end of chapter 3.
Ooh! Making progress, Clara. I love it. Ow.
What the fuck, chapter 4? Do you know what's the title of chapter 4? Right, it's called Human Fodder.
Yeah!
What is going on in chat? Bruh. Alright, let's see.
You can do it.
Sister Cornelia.
Ow. You can do it. I believe you.
Oh. I like how that there's the Japanese, like the Japanese text below as well. Sister Cornelia spoke to me in a tender tone as she sent a wave of immense pain rushing through the whole of my right hand. I won't ask any trouble with you, now will I? No, wait, I won't have any trouble with you, now will I, Toby, she asked. This book is called Cornelia. It's
it's a side story to about Ein and Toval from Trails. I will show the character. I will show you guys the characters in a bit, so that you know what they look like. Because I'm sure you guys are very curious about what Ein looks like. I can show them on stream in a bit.
A fanfic, you mean?
It's not a fanfic. It's a true side story in the lore of Trails. Okay, not a fanfic. Ow.
Chapter 4. Let's see, where was I? Far from eyes just brimming with tears, I nodded my head in consent as the salty stream of water ran down my face. It's not helping the case that it's for the fanfic. No, I'm not Jesus, what is this? Satisfied with my answer, she loosened her grip, and I felt the pain vanish as if it had all been some sort of illusion. With a wry smile, she further added, "Don't get me wrong, Toby. I've been sent here to protect you by the goddess herself." Orc! I thought she's so fucking sus. This is what she said while instructing me to keep my eyes focused on what lay beyond the window glass. Yet, there was something about the way. Wikis, don't refresh! It just jumped back up to the top of the site, Jesus. Yet, there was something about the way she pronounced the last syllables of my name that really rubbed me the wrong way.
No!
Little by little, the line of passengers slowly began to flow out of the train car. Prodded on by Sister Cornelia, I inched forward while keeping my gaze on the platform through the passenger car window. Down the stairs, which led to the front ticket gate, were the figures of those men from earlier this morning. The 3 thug-like passengers who had been loitering near the large horse head emblem of tile at the Imperial Station. A muffled laugh echoed from afoot as she, too, noticed them. "Well, isn't this a warm reception party you've got going on?" Cocking my head, I quietly pleaded, "Give me back my Augment." Sister Cornelia said nothing. Members of the crew bid us farewell as we stepped through the exit to disembark the train onto the lead-coloured platform below. Angrily, I thought to myself, "Damn it, what's wrong with these fools? Can't they see what's going on?" I shut my eyes halfway to protect them from the drizzle whipping against my head, and I unhurriedly descended the wet set of stairs, a half pace at a time. Sister Cornelia moved along behind me at precisely the same length of stride. Below, the group of thugs waited expectantly at the bottom of the stairs, waited for me, no doubt. Contemplating the rate at which I was going, I ultimately believed it was only a matter of time before I would be handed over to the enigmatic group. I caught sight of their soured faces as the distance between us grew smaller, and I felt the heat of my left hand tightly gripping my back grow in intensity until my palm began to sweat profusely. Hitting the midway point of the stairs, Sister Cornelia suddenly whispered in my ear, "Keep your eyes on the ground, Toby." I did as I was told and cast my gaze down upon the tips of my boots, stained to a darker shade by the rainwater. Then, right at the moment I let out my breath, I felt a deep sense of pressure just below my shoulder blade as I was forcefully shoved forward. Droplets flew from my saturated fingers, and my world turned upside down as I tumbled down the stairs, and I slammed back first into the group of hoodlums. With a muffled crunch, I felt the painful sensation of my rib crumble under the weight of my body, and then return to normal when they are severely compressed with. 2 of them seemingly military men were hit as I toppled down the stairs, like an avalanche unleashed on a pair of young saplings. I absorbed the transfer of force and was thrown into a large puddle, collecting on the ground nearby. Shrieks erupted from startled passengers nearby, more shrill than the high-pitched sound on the railway brakes from a decelerating locomotive. By some act of the goddess, I had managed to keep my tight 5-finger grip on the bag I had been carrying. In an effort to get up, I slid into a prostrate position, keeping my chin in contact with the ground. Making a low visual sweep of the vicinity as if my life depended on it, I noticed the military-like figures of the men had vanished from view. The only figure I saw standing above me now on the platform was that of Sister Cornelia. And on her shoulder, as if she were merely hefting a sack of grain, was one of the men. Turning in the direction where the train sat in its motionless state, she lopped the unfortunate man down onto a set of empty rail tracks below. By this time, I had risen to one knee while keeping the other planted firmly on the ground in a half-standing position. The world in front of me was still swaying, undulating in a wavering eyesight. My head slowly rocked back and forth with it as the double vision of Sister Cornelia's boot approached me. Then, with a strong grip, she tugged on my hand. For some strange reason or another, when she did this, I failed to notice the unpleasant feeling that her hand wrapped tightly around mine brought. Let's go, Toby. She instructed
I like our nickname for Toval is Toby.
Toby! Nearly dragging me, she pulled me to my feet, and before long, we were hightailing it out of there. Her hands were around the arms. Shara. The onlookers made quite a commotion as they moved hastily out of the way in a determined attempt not to be caught up in the middle of our flight. The bag in my left hand swung. No. Oh my god! Please stop.
What's wrong?
Okay, so the Wikia page has like videos playing, so once the video stops playing, it refreshes.
Oh.
And then it turns back up.
Chat, do you guys want to see what Ein and Toval look like? Anyway, continuing.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Okay. There it is.
While I am getting pictures of the characters for chat.
The onlookers made quite a commotion as they moved hastily out of the way in a determined attempt not to be caught up in the middle of our flight path. Wait, the bag is in my left hand, swung helplessly, knocking against my thigh. After clearing the ticket gate, Sister Cornelia finally let go of my hand, but a sickening, slippery sensation came with it. This is really not helping. Looking over at her, I realized that the stomach churning, slimy feeling on my hand had come from the bright red blood which stained both of hers. I peered back over my shoulders in the direction of the platform as I continued to run, but the figures of those three men who had been waiting for me at the station were nowhere to be found. It's blood, my dude.
How do you spell Ein's name?
Isn't it E-I-N?
Thank you.
I think so. Should be that.
There we go. Got her.
Cats. Ara. I do that shit seriously. My favorite will forever remain as Aokiji's Adadada. It's so stupid. See what's emissary. Can I have no videos playing?
Google might say no to that.
No, don't. Doggo is growling. Your grandpuppy, yes. The doggo is always growling when he hears a little bit of sound. Okay.
Doggo.
Doggo.
Doggo. I'm trying to find a nice picture. I'm trying to find a nice picture of Ein and Toval. I've got I think the perfect picture to show chat. I would like your opinion before I show chat.
Okay. Yeah, go on ahead.
Alright, chat, you ready? You ready to see the picture I found?
It's not helping anyway.
I did not say that this would help. Okay? I did not say that this was gonna help in any way, shape, or form. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. Sorry, chat. Give me a second. Give me a second.
One eternity later.
Look, I found it, okay? There, see? There it is. There's the picture.
She was all like, ah, sumimasen. Then after the second, like, you were about to alight, she was like, down, bitch.
There you go, chat. Scrolling down. I mean, it's a pretty big picture, okay? Do you like?
You lie?
He's a player. It just gets better as you go. What? You like looking at their chest? It can't go down any further. This is the end of the picture. I'm just showing you the old thing, chat. I don't know who these boys are. This is a boy, this is a girl. Damn. Which one is all hot and bothered?
None.
Tomo!
None.
I think Tomo's like, God almighty, why? This woman, I can't escape her. Aurelia is my queen? Oh yeah. Ashara, would you like to see Aurelia? Hang on.
Oh, Ashara might like Aurelia. You should show Aurelia and then
How do you spell her freaking name?
You can just copy.
Oh, there it is. Found her. I found her. I found her.
You should show the
Very formal? She's an army officer. Of course she's formal.
a vampire commander.
Who should I show Ashara next?
You should show the one where she was in like her bikini.
Oh, I can't. If I can find it. Swimsuit.
Oh.
I'm gonna spell it wrong. There we go. Perfect. Look at that.
My oh my.
That's Aurelia Le Guin.
The
There-
very formal
That's
lady.
the very formal lady. That's her taking a bath. In
Just
game.
casually.
In game, taking a bath. I love that somebody put a swimsuit on her and then took a picture of her butt.
What the?
Why? Okay. Any other characters before before we
No, we should show Jean from Suikoden. I don't think Ashara saw.
Oh, Jane from Shukoden.
Got a barbarian god? Nah, we got it. Something else instead.
There we go.
Can you zoom in?
Can I zoom in? I love
I don't
that.
think Ashara can
I love
zoom in.
that. I love that. That's the question. Can you zoom in?
I think you can open image in the enhance. Yes.
Enhance. Hang on. They're better. There's more pictures of her in different outfits. Alright. Have we seen enough pictures now? Are we good, chat? She looks like a strong lady. She is strong with magic. She's a really powerful mage character. Are we good, chat? Seen enough? I think we're good. Moving on. Got a game to play. Did I tell you what character inspired Ashara? I don't know. Did you? I don't remember if you did. Oh, Aloy from like Horizon.
Isla?
Oh,
Chrono
Isla.
Trigger.
Chrono Trigger. Oh god, I haven't played Chrono Trigger in years. I don't even know who Isla is.
Aloy is a baby.
Aloy is a baby. Okay, boss time for me. I think this is just boss, so I think you're okay to continue reading, Clara.
Alright. Emissary of the Sabbath is the fifth. It's the fifth chapter. I like how they have links to liberal news. Hold on, I'm gonna check this. Issue 7. Dude, they even have their newspaper here. Wow, what's all this damn?
Ow, ow, ow.
Okay. I sat staring at a partially melted lump of butter on a stack of cold pancakes. Picking up a fork, I poked at it, and after turning the top one over, I dug at the milky yellow substance between the rubbery layers. I'm sorry, did you just call pancake rubbery? In doing so, my interest in what sat atop my plate faded to nil. A hanging lamp dangled overhead, making a sporadic buzzing sound as its honey-colored light flickered, creating jittery shadows and distorting my vision within the inn. The pouring rain outside didn't appear as it would let up anytime soon either. Bringing my face closer to the window, I peered through the film of water flowing down the outside of the glass as I tried to make out the dimly light avenue. Although the station was set right at the end of the road from where we were lodged, all that was visible from the side of the structure obscured by a shadow which prevented me from being able to see the platform. Just nothing to be worried about, said Sister Cornelia as she returned, wiping her hands with a handkerchief as white as newly driven snow. Stretching the square strip of cloth out, sat down and placed it neatly on her lap like a napkin. Then, in a assuring tone, she added, "You've seen the last of them for a while." Watching the tips of her fingers move as she smoothed out the wrinkles and a piece of fabric resting on her leg, I was hit with a sudden flashback, reviving the sight and coppery scent of the sticky blood which had covered those hands not more than a few hours before. "How can you be so certain?" I asked, still having more than a few reservations. "Because that's how this type of crime syndicates work," she replied, clearly seeming to know all the answers. The waiter came and set a plate in front of Sister Cornelia with a soft ring as the base of the glassy dish tapped lightly against the hard surface of the table. After scooting the meat-laden porcelain plate closer to her, she licked off the sauce, now covering the tip of her fingers in an almost sensual way. Sickened by the bloody image already in my mind and now the sauce, I tossed my fork aside and leaned heavily back in my chair. The city outside began to fade into shades of grey, and by the time Sister Cornelia was finished tucking away her stick, I had completely sunk into the darkness of night. I questioned her again. "How can you be so certain that no one will come after us?" Using a piece of black crusted bread to wipe out the last drop of sauce, she answered, "Because that's how they function. One unit consists of 3 people." Then, as if remembering something else important, she added, "That group that was after you. They are a Jaeger Corps." Upon hearing this, I recalled seeing some of those men at the landing port some time ago. Only the most renowned and skilled of mercenary groups had the honor of calling themselves a Jaeger Corps, or at least that's what Mitch had told me about them. They were soldiers of fortune who are said to relentlessly follow the flow of Mira wherever they happen to lead, and they would stop at nothing to get it, even if it means spilling blood. War hawks, mercenaries without borders, and my group never to get involved with it, is what Mick often had a habit of saying about them. Instinctively, I slid my foot forward and checked the location of my bag with the tip of it. "It's quite simple, really," Sister Cornelia explained as she reached for her dessert. "You, Toby, are carrying something that apparently got a lot of people on it, and someone's hired a Jaeger Corps to pick you up. But it's not me they're after, it's what I'm carrying." "It's all the same," she retorted as she gulped down her cup of tea in a single breath. "They're going to kill the courier before they even think about taking the contents of his bag. A butcher kills a cow before someone grills a steak, not the other way around." Lecturing me all the while, Sister Cornelia took a glossy tallow-handled knife in hand and sliced into her apple pie. The powdered sugar sprinkled on the flaky crust then under the golden light. I felt a stabbing pain of guilt race through me, just above my gut. Unexpectedly, I began to think about what Mitch could be doing at the moment. But my short period of rumination was cut short when I saw Sister Cornelia turn stock cold. Glaring into the darkness, eyes focused and intent like a hunting dog's, she tossed something shiny onto the table and eventually rose to her feet. There it was, my ointment. Where are you going? Without pausing to answer my question, Sister Cornelia expeditiously fastened the buckle of her coat. You've got good taste, Toby. One at a time, she set her heels on the chair and tightened her bootlace. Using the full capacity of that ointment is no small feat. I think even most bracers would be in for a real surprise if push come to shove with you in the ring. Growing ever more impatiently, I asked again. So what is it exactly that you're going? That's none of your business, came the answer. Suffice it to say, I will be seeing you again on the morrow. And with that, Sister Cornelia disappeared through the door of the woman's restroom. As if exchanging places, two other men entered the restaurant. They walked directly to the table at which I sat and stood before me. Flashing the emblem on his chest and without making any sort of eye contact, one of the men said, "We're with the Bracer Guild. I apologize for disturbing you in the middle of your evening meal, but you need to come with us." And that's the end.
Is that the end of the story?
Well, that's the end of chapter 5. Oh, they have a link to show me how Ein looked like.
Ooh. You've seen Ein.
Oh. Yeah, I seen Ein, but this is her full, let's see. Set in church. She's Dominion. Oh. Okay. Good story, very saucy. Ashara, would you like to have the link?
To the story? Or to the character?
I'll give you all the link. Chapter 6. Asserting the Inner Workings. My ointment, emptied bag, and package wrapped in an old magazine paper were laid out neatly on the table in front of me. The bracers sitting opposite me gazed alternately at my face and the item on the table, as if trying to gauge my reaction to them. Constantly rubbing his chin between his fingers, it appeared to me as though he was making an effort to display his right hand, snugly fit within a leather gauntlet. I had been led to the second floor of the lodge by the two men, and then, after they had painstakingly checked the layout of the floor, I was taken to the furthest room from the stairs. Whoa. Oh my god. It occurred to me that the reason for the use of the makeshift space was due to there being no guild branch nearby. The first man to sit in front of me was the lanky one. He told me his name, and I soon forget which one was Clayton and which one was Pavel. About the time I had finished being frisked, the bracer wearing the gauntlet, Clayton or Pavel, whoever it was, returned and whispered something in his partner's ear. It seems as though they were trying to locate Sister Cornelia, but having no luck. After much probing on the subject of her and the Jaeger Corps, and after relating something I had heard from her on the train, I turned the conversation around and, playing the role of the victim, inquired into her past history, though strictly speaking, I guess in fact, I was a victim. Handing me sounded, Ein sounded, read aloud the lanky bracer from a pocketbook he held just below eye level. Originally a constituent member of the Jaeger Corps. Her present affiliation and activities are unknown. In short, added his partner pompously, she's not the type of person any upstanding citizens should be getting involved with. He reached out his gauntlet-clad hand and picked up the object bundled in scrap paper. Tracking my reaction all the while, he unwrapped the paper, laying it out flat in the center of the table. Its contents turned out to be a lump of metal filled with a sort of clay-like substance. I blurted out. I was on my way to a research institute in the island when something happened, and then threw in the address of some non-existent client for some good measure. The bracelet took notes, making sure not to leave out any of the details of our conversation. Then, to disturb me in I agreed to stay with them under their watchful eyes for the night. The next day, I also found myself inclined to go along with them to the nearest guild branch in order to file a report about the events that happened back at the station. But I had no qualms over the matter. My greatest concern at the moment, after all, was not running into any more trouble. I awoke as the sun came up over the horizon and day broke. With the advent of a peaceful morning, I sat up in bed and breathed out a sigh of relief. The bracers who had stood guard the previous night were no longer present in the room, and the sound of their voices could be heard echoing out in the hallway beyond the closed door. Slipping my arms through the sleeve of my jacket, I felt a sharp pain in my right elbow, which brought back vivid memories of the movement from the day before. Suddenly, a feeling of uneasiness came over me, and still half undressed, I began adjusting my ointment. After opening its back cover, I used a thin piece of tan doe skin and started plucking out the quartz and steel in each slot. It didn't take but 5 minutes to insert them into different slots and rearrange their configuration with my base. One by one, I replaced the metallic was back in place, and as a feeling of calmness set in, I rolled back over in bed. It was at the time that a tall woman appearing to be a maid opened the door, carrying a basin of hot water for the sink, with which guests could shave and wash their faces. After placing the small steaming cup on the table, the woman went quietly about her daily task of removing the bed linen. Finding myself shooed from right and left, I reluctantly headed towards the basin when just beyond the open door, I caught sight of 2 shadows cutting across the hallway in succession. "They're here," I heard myself murmur, as the low tone of my surprised voice reached my ears. With only a bar of soap in hand, I remained unbelievably calm as I quickly shut and bolted the door. Then, pondering my next move, I stood still with my back pressed up against the wall. On the other side of the hardened clay wall, the brief clamor of fighting ensued. Fumbling with the chain attached to my hip pocket, I grabbed hold of the ointment I adjusted just barely moments before. It was 2 braces versus the other 2 I had seen moments ago. Throwing myself into the mix with the 2 men from the guild would definitely put us at an advantage with a numbers standpoint. However, when I turned again to face the door, the voice of self-doubt came echoing through my close. Wait, what? English. Percolating through my closed lips in the form of a distant murder. There were only 2 of them, I murmured to myself. If Sister Cornelia's word were to believe, then 1 unit consists of 3 people, not 2. Again, I questioned myself inwardly, then where's the 3rd? The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as I realized my plight. Something swung down over the top of my head, catching me around the neck, and the next instant I was flung to the ground. From the corner of my blurry and spotty vision came the inexplicable view of a woman with demonic bloodshot eyes standing over me, trying to wrench the very life out of me with every twist of the sheet she had wrapped up tightly around my throat. Clutching my ointment in hand, I activated it and fired off a burst of magic, while lying half asphyxiated on the wooden planks of the room floor. Oh hello, you kids, I'm in the story. You're the woman with the bloodshot eyes.
Ow.
The destructive vortex of compressed air sliced deeply into my hip, but at the same time caused the woman to double over before forcefully blowing her to another part of the room. Shreds of whirling linen flagged and sprayed with fresh blood blasted out through a gaping hole in the wall where a closed window stood. leaving nothing behind but shards of broken glass and a frame ran beyond all repair. Look. Words. Okay. Chapter 7, The Death of a Friend. What? Wheezing, I breathed in, the sound high and whistling as the air fought to make it through my constricted windpipe. Still clutching tightly to my ointment, I unwound the sheet from my throat. Utterly exhausted, I tilted my head on its side and watched with reddened eyes as a small stream of saliva dribbled down over the edge of my mouth and pooled onto the floor. When fresh air finally made its way into my lungs, it initially choked me nearly as bad as the sheet had. A thump from somewhere behind startled me from my feet. The Jaeger Demoness, like a spring-loaded doll, slipped out from the floor of the room. The single shot of magic I had previously landed in her gut should have done the trick, but the fluid way she moved about made it appear as though she was unfazed by the blast. Within arm's reach of where I had subconsciously curled myself came the splintering sound of unseasoned wood being hewn down by a giant woodcutter's axe. In the following instant, Sister Cornelia came flying through a newly opened hole in the timber door, her entry punctuated by a cloud of splinter. Her arms as pliant as whips, he passed by the female Jaeger in a lightning-quick motion, and with a turning assault, caught her opponent full tilt in the face. The woman spun with the force of the blow and fell with a tumultuous thud, her head cracking hard against the floor. Like a prima ballerina, Sister Cornelia raised her knee high until she had it tucked securely up against her sternum. She stared down at the outstretched figure on the floor. Muscles flexed, and without an ounce of mercy, Sister Cornelia let her judgment fall, with the heel of her boot stomping down and crushing the wretched woman's throat. Ashara, are you sure you want to be this person? You are getting killed. Step on me, please. She's stomping on you. Judgment, yeah, what the fuck? As I witnessed the grotesque and unsightly scene, Sister Cornelia gave a quick glance in my direction and beckoned me on. Then, with a nimble hop into the unknown before her, she cleared the broken window frame and lighted to the ground below. Quickly scraping my belongings together, I made after her in the same manner as she had left, out the window with a 2-story drop to the cobblestone side road below. Waiting close by, and helping to break my less than elegant fall, Sister Cornelia led me on as we took flight along the avenue, brightly lit by the morning sun. A deafening blare from an orbital engine whistle indicated that the first train was about to depart. Sister Cornelia immediately pulled a ticket from out of her coat pocket and held it out to me from the side. Reaching for the fluttering strip of paper between her fingers, I realized that I was still carrying the bar of soap from before as I chucked. So I chucked it, not caring where it landed, or who it might hit. Aboard the train, the smoggy haze from the incessant smoking of the nattering gentleman had permeated into every crook and cranny of the passenger car. There was also the smell of newly printed publication and the occasional sound of someone clearing their throat. It felt rather awkward to have boarded a train bound for Imperial City with my bag still in hand. Do you know what your problem is, Toby? Sister Cornelia remarked. They're just like that odd man of yours. Using her white handkerchief, she stanched the flow of blood from my leg, which had been lacerated by the spinning arrow blade of the magic. Once you get yourself into trouble, you keep digging yourself in deeper until someone comes along with a billy club and whacks some good sense into you. Placing a folded magazine on my lap, she tapped on it with a nail tip of her index finger, indicating that I should read what was inside. It was a copy of the Imperial Chronicle which had been published just that morning. A several-line article buried pages behind more titillating news told of the suspicious death of one Arbor factory owner somewhere within the capital. This was the
Titillating.
first time I had
I'm sorry, I'm a child. I heard tits.
titillating. I was looking at it and I just I forgot how to say this word.
You forgot
No,
how
I
to
just-
say this
I
word?
just got it. Okay. My work.
This word?
I just imagine the shower and just salute and just walk out the invisible door.
Mhm.
This was the first time I have ever become aware of Mitch's real age. Wait, what the fuck? Sister Cornelia continued her lecture as she mercilessly upbraided me for my reckless behavior. Smart grin. Okay, shut up. You missed being caught up in all of this by a hair's breadth, she informed me coolly. At a loss for words over the shock of Mitch's death, I put the magazine away in my trench coat pocket. Another 5 minutes in the shop and you have gone to meet your maker too. I shook my head and with trembling lips let my thoughts fumble out of my mouth. Just don't get it. Why did Mitch have to die? Images of Mitch's cold body behind the counter alternated in my mind with that of the lump of metal wrapped in black tape. Just what the hell had I been carrying all this time, and why did anyone have to die over it? I pondered at length. Sister Cornelia met my eyes and held them. Because it's an artifact, she said simply. An artifact? I scoffed as I blew off her answer. It's not like I haven't been carrying a bunch of them before. Artifacts, in short, were the remaining legacy of an ancient civilization and the generic term of any unidentifiable mechanism which resembled that of an oddman. I had spent my days as a courier smuggling any number of those items under the false pretense that the goods I was carrying were nothing more than rare antiques. And I readily placed them in the hands of those aristocrats, among them who were especially in vogue. And for the most part, my current possession appeared as though it belonged in the same group as the others. Personally, I could find no other value in the collecting of these artifacts besides the indulgence of oneself in a decadent hobby. Treating me as if I was a clueless child, Sister Cornelia rebuked. You're wrong, Toby. This one's much different from the others. After a moment's pause, she added, It's alive. Unable to grasp what she meant, I looked at her with a questioning expression on my face. Sister Cornelia tried again. What I'm trying to tell you is that it still works. Although I'm not really sure what kind of power it actually has. It was unearthed during an excavation within the Empire's territory about 30 years ago. Sister Cornelia's subsequent story about the peculiar lump of metal told of the dark history surrounding a girl aristocrat who relentlessly sought after it. The artifact itself had transitioned from hand to hand by those in power, as one after the other, they were murdered while slumbering in their bed chambers. Then, at the end of the 100 Days' War, its whereabouts was said. And strangely enough, it finally ended up in the capital after all this time, she said, finishing up the account. An announcement chimed in the passenger car notifying those riding of the scheduled time of arrival. Sister Cornelia uncrossed and recrossed her long legs. The one who is after that artifact hired that Jaeger Corps to bring it to them, whatever the cost. So as a result, I was dispatched by the church in order to protect both you and it from falling into their hands. I sat staring down at the bag resting next to my feet as we approached our destination, and the moving train quietly began to lose speed. Bruh. So much drama. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 more chapters to go.
Yay!
And the bowels of the Imperial.
You can do it, Claria.
Bruh. Yes, Karen. Bruh. Moving purposefully through the crowd, we made our way between the rows of seats. Each time the singing bag in hand struck the side of my knee, I became keenly aware of its presence. It was an unnerving feeling, quite like I had unintentionally brushed up against someone in an offensive way. Furthermore, it was nearly inconceivable to my mind that the ancient relic the Jaeger coil was pursuing with such a frenzy was sitting right here inside the steep cloth of his cheap handbag. What a fool Mitch had been. Hadn't he known the burden this object would bring would be one far more weighty than both of us could ever hope to bear. I squeezed my eyes shut against the thoughts flying around my mind and addressed Sister Cornelia, who followed closely behind. Will we be making a break for the cathedral once we get off? Yes, that was the plan, she answered, scanning the scene outside the window of the passenger car. I think that's the only option we've got if we want to make it through this day alive. The station where the train was set to arrive was unremittingly crowded with countless droves of passengers. And as usual, the sky was slightly overcast. Everyone outside of the platform stood shivering in silence with their collars drawn up to their ears, huddling close to one another for warmth, like a flock of waterfowl out on a tight land in mid-winter. Don't worry, I won't be tossing you down a flight of stairs this time, Toby, whispered Sister Cornelia. Although if there were two more of you at my disposal, I might have decided otherwise, she added. Evidently, the number in our welcome party this time had seen a rather dramatic increase. The odds don't appear to be in our favor, she said in a low voice, her warm breath tickling the lobe of my ear. We won't be able to leave through the ticket gate. As soon as we step off the train, we stealthily move to the opposite end of the platform, and after sneaking out a large door for only authorized station personnel, we jump down onto the path of railroad ties and steel rails below. The biting cold wind of the capital swept slowly across the upper muscle. The biting cold wind of the capital swept slowly across the railroad tracks, causing me to shudder as it ruffled our coats with its chilly touch. Sitting between the couplers of a pair of freight cars, we moved cautiously along their edge, sticking close to the shadows. Over on the cargo platform, workers were busy unloading containers. For someone who has his goal set on becoming a dealer of pilfered goods, gaining illicit entry into the station house would be one of the first of all basics. Clearing my ticket, I spoke politely to one of the workers. Then, with a scenario picked up in my head, I sold it to him that I played the part of a manager here on business with a celebrity of notable reputation. Midway through our conversation, I introduced Sister Cornelia, who did her best to show the man a glamorous smile and feminine pose. I had possibly gone a little overboard when I stated that she was an opera singer. Why? Because the way she had carried herself made her look more akin to a low-wage cell song in a bar of drunkards. Yet, in spite of it all, the workers graciously let us too. You're so good that it's almost scary, Toby, Sister Cornelia said as we went through the station warehouse sector. She seemed to keep doing another job, she went on. I bet you're going to tell me to join the Bracer Guild, right? Come on, those guys would turn me down in a heartbeat, I said as I laughed off the thought. Then, throwing the idea back in her court, I asked, so how about yourself? Why don't you join the Bracer Guild? Reaching the end of the warehouse sector, we came to a stop in front of a large chain-link fence. Sister Cornelia crouched down and while sliding a drainage cover to the side, laughed at my previous question as if it were insane. Are you kidding? She asked. They cut me down the second I set foot into one of their branches. The winding, narrow stone tunnels, the one we were in, ran everywhere beneath the Capitol. We crawled along as the light shining down through the drainage grates on the side of the large road above us illuminated the way like a trio of flickering oval lampposts. The feet of those walking along the avenue passed right by where we were, but not a single person noticed us scraping our way along below them. And for some strange reason or another, the world just beyond the thin flagstone paved road appeared so dazzling in my eyes. Yet the Jaeger Corps, lost of the artifact in hand, and a senseless sudden death, all of which had never crossed my mind before, lie in wait for me that I too venture into the open world above. As we press on, I begin to think that the small round tunnel which we were crawling through would run on forever, but finally emerge with a high-ceilinged sewer surrounded by walls of countless blocks of chiseled stone. We'll go through here and make our way over to where the cathedral is located, Sister Cornelia insisted. Raising one brow, she pointed her finger upward. It's a lot safer down here than it is up there. That's fine and all, but what are we going to do if we get attacked? Sister Cornelia grabbed my hand, and with that, stepped into the muddy darkness beyond. Don't worry, Toby, she assured me. Faith isn't the only thing supported the church.
Don't worry, Toby. I'll be here for you.
I'll be here for you. The next chapter, Cornelia, is called Cornelia. The flickering of dying oval lamps mounted at equidistant length along the sewer wall sent thin streaks of light across the surface of the rippling flow of filthy sewage. Ugh. Passing in front of this one by one, Sister Cornelia sped down the stone sidewalk as the sound of her body cutting through the racing tunnel wind trailed up behind her. Panting and out of breath, I continued to move my feet towards the darkness which lay before me as I chased after Sister Cornelia's flickering shadow. Wayworn, yet without a moment of repose, we headed unrelentingly with our sights set on the cathedral of the Septian Church. We moved swiftly across the moss-covered stone pavement, the cracking of our heels echoing in the dimly lit underground. Above ground, the walking distance on the city roads from the railway station to the cathedral was about 3 blocks. If we made our way up through the drainage ditch just beyond the sluice gate, we would find ourselves in the public square outside the massive sanctuary.
You alright, Claire?
Yes. Well, the dog. Like he's like barking at like someone opening the door.
Aww.
Because he doesn't know who is it. Bruh. Stop. It's so late at night. It's gonna be a noise complaint, I swear to God. Up above, the light of another oval lamp came into view. Turning her head in my direction and without a word, Sister Cornelia extended her right hand upward in a wide motion, indicating that we would be turning that way at the next corner. Then, as if preparing for something, we rolled both shoulders in a grinding motion and released the last of her tension. With a pop of the neck, it seemed to me as though she knew all too well what was lurking within the conduit in front. Under the unsteady and sporadic coruscation of light walk, The body of Sister Cornelia surged around the corner and disappeared from view. 1, 2, 3 went the walloping echoes, followed by the sound of something being rolled into the channel of filthy sludge. As I turned the corner, the first things which leapt into my sight were the contorted figures of two men on the ground whom I barely missed treading on. Sister Cornelia, who was by this time several steps ahead, continued to run at her usual pace as if nothing had happened during the preceding seconds. It's Cornelia, an angry but noticeably wavering voice from behind. I glanced to my rear to look at who had dragged himself from the feces fecal-filled liquid.
You okay?
Yet like, drains. Now lying next to him, his dead comrade, yelling with his dying breath as blood leaked out from his open mouth. What the fuck? Why is she so violent?
It's Ayn.
She just
we have a cutscene.
single-handedly...
We have a cutscene. Oh, and it's you.
Oh, figured I might run into you here.
Epona.
Oh, look at her.
You're not poised for battle? I thought you said next time we meet, we'd settle things.
You don't want to talk. You're barely even paying attention to where you're walking. Besides, I don't need to worry about my stance or any of that crap. I could crush you like a bug without batting an eye. Okay.
Okay.
Sure, bro.
So then why don't you? Because I like you?
Well, like, so. I have like this ring over here. Alright, that's enough smack talk for one day. Bruh, they're just
Smack talk?
friends. Trying to fight in a place like this will be pretty damn stupid. We'll probably both fall to our death.
A fair point indeed. Perhaps it would be best if we simply skip the battle royale altogether for now. We are both rather busy after all.
Hey, you're trying to brush me off or something? Yes.
Yes. We can. She's trying real hard to ask him out on a date.
I know, right?
You were the one who suggested we not fight here. Or have you already changed your mind about that?
No. It's just, since we happen to run into each other like this, I thought maybe I should share the good news.
Good news?
What good news? Though strictly speaking, I guess it's only good news for us, not you guys.
I don't like the sound of that. Lady Rhea has been captured, hasn't she?
No, not yet anyway. It's just a matter of time now, though.
Meaning?
Kaz has joined the hunt personally.
Oh boy.
He's been tied up with his ritual all this time, but I guess it's finally done and ready to go. So now he's able to focus all his energy on trying to nab the Black Pearl.
Kaz, that's your leader, no? He must be a man of considerable ability. Oh boy, there's a compliment for you, Kaz. You must be a man of considerable ability.
Kaz out here, I don't care. I know. You tell me.
You got a compliment from Hugo.
He's like, I don't care. I know. I've been new.
Yes, upon a lure, Hugo. his response.
Probably. But I don't know a damn thing about how you magic users measure that kind of stuff, so I can't really judge. Compliment from Hugo don't count.
Yeah, I saw. You should
I
just take
sure
the
wouldn't
compliment, Kaz. I'm just saying.
I sure wouldn't want to cross him though. I have no doubt he would snuff me out in no time flat. I'd even be willing to bet he's a match for your precious goddesses, maybe even stronger.
Stronger than the goddesses. Come now, you shouldn't speak on matters you know nothing about.
Well, like I said, I can't really measure these things. I'm just going with my guts here. Oh, never mind that. We're getting off topic. The real fun fact about Kaz is that he's been asking about you. Kaz? Kaz? You wanna explain yourself? Yes? What? Okay. Interested in Hugo?
You're invested
No.
in Hugo?
Okay.
Are you sure? You've been asking about him. Seems
Yes,
interested.
yesterday.
Isn't that it?
No.
I
That
love
fucking guy.
this. Yes, I'm sure. What? What could he possibly want to know about me?
Well, you do have those eye things, and I gotta admit, they're pretty powerful. Maybe they caught his interest. Who knows?
Is Kaz trying to recruit Hugo? I thought you hated Hugo. Are you trying to recruit him? It sounds like you're trying to recruit him, Kaz. It sounds like you're trying to recruit him as part of the. It sounds like you're gonna ask us to join the use him as a puppet. I mean, maybe.
Maybe. Maybe.
Maybe.
Nothing. I'll just watch my back if I were you. Yeah, use those eyes thing to watch your back. Think of this as sisterly advice. My dumb little bro does tend to get pretty cocky sometime after all.
Dance, Hugo, dance! Since when have I been your little brother? And I'm neither dumb nor cocky, thank you.
Debatable. Oh, is that so? Yeah. Debatable.
Debatable.
Must have been some other cocky dumbass I found collapsed by the door in the Reynolds Annex then. Must be your twin this time. Anyway, just thought I'd fill in. Catch you later.
Bye, Epona. She gonna come and kiss me? Oh, no. I thought she was gonna come up, kiss me on the cheek, and then walk off.
That'd be weird after she said like, "Dude, my dumb little brother," you know?
Yeah. She really is an oddball. But I have no reason to distrust her. I have to be on my guard. That Kaz individual sounds like he could be.
Yes.
That's amazing. I love that we've replaced characters' names. Right. Anyway, back to story mode.
It's like, what the fuck did I stop? Jesus.
I don't know.
Oh no. Oh, okay. Cornelia, she's down here. He managed to croak before falling silent and still. Sister Cornelia paid no attention nor made any effort to look back. I turned my face forward and followed her example. The walls from the conduit leading directly down. The walls of the conduit leading directly to the sluice gate squared out in an ominous mouth of darkness, seemingly waiting for its next unsuspecting meal. Sister Cornelia gradually slowed her pace to match mine as I had, by this time, became completely exhausted and out of breath. It looks like these guys are dead serious about getting their hands on an item this time, she said as she focused her eyes on the darkness before us. So were these men old friends of yours or something? I inquired. Sister Cornelia turned to face me with her darkened scarlet light. Is that what you heard from those braces the other day? She asked. I nodded my head and questioned her no further. With my head slightly turned down, I forced myself onward, eyes fixated on the tip of my boot. Unexpectedly, Sister Cornelia opened her mouth and said, "Do you remember that woman you had a run-in with back at the inn?" I nodded slightly. The whole reason I gave up my life as a mercenary is because I didn't want to meet a tragic end like that, she continued. A life of no meaning, forgotten by all. I looked at Sister Cornelia, and seeing a slight show of emotion in the side of her face, heard her repeat the same line of words a few times more before finishing her thoughts. If I'm going to cash in my life chip, then I think it's best that I fight for something worth fighting for. At least that way, I'll be able to leave a legacy of my existence behind. Taking in her words, I ran steadily beside her as I felt a sense of nondescript apprehension slowly begin to creep over me. During the short intervals between breaths, it suddenly seemed as though I was hearing the faint sound of sloshing water from behind, which caused me to prick up my ears and turn my head in its direction. So you noticed it too, huh, Toby? Sister Cornelia slowed her step until finally coming to a complete stop. They've blockaded us from behind, so there's no turning back now, she said, the direness of our situation heavy in her voice. We had arrived at an intersection where the conduit we were in and another crossed path, and just beyond the wide, fetid flow of sewage water before us. I could see the dimly lit sluice gate. I placed my back against the damp brick of the nearest wall and for a moment tried to catch my breath. They are probably lying in wait for us, Sister Cornelia assessed stoically, after glaring across the flowing sewage of the merged channel, and then turning her head to the rear and narrowing her eyes again. And unfortunately this time we won't be able to circumvent them. With a sound of composure revealing her utmost resolve, Sister Cornelia took in a few deep breaths. Woman, please don't, you're in the sewage. I laid a hand on my oddman, gripping it in the palm of my steady hand, and then wrapped the strap of the bag securely around my opposite wrist. And as always, Sister Cornelia checked her boots before standing upright. Then, taking a few steps back and holding my breath, I raced forward and darted into the flow of waste. Tobo is swimming in shit. Nice. Okay, chapter 10. The last 10. No, wait, I want to see Mitch. Okay, Arabonian, Mitch Pawn Shop, Mitch. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, anyway. Sister Cornelia made such haste as she aimed for the path on the opposite side of the sludge-filled channel that I could have sworn she was actually running on the liquid surface. Based my observation of the minuscule splatters her feet produced. And of course, he passed me by in a blink of an eye. The space growing wider and wider between us as I continued to trudge my way through the filthy muck. Flashes of magic erupted from the darkness by the sluice gate and ripped through the air in rapid succession. And none of them could overtake the speed at which Sister Cornelia moved. In an unyielding offensive by the shadow aggressors, the saddled Facilence what? In the depths of the channel was thrown up in the form of a powerful tsunami. And in the instant before clearing myself of its destructive path, I feared that the terrible wall of sedimented filth could crush me under its weight and bring me to an unsightly end. With a mid-air spin to avoid the last of the oncoming magic, Sister Cornelia flew to the opposite side of the channel with incredible speed. Hurdling the wall of piled-up sandbags behind which the attackers took cover, she whirled her arms in a ferocious onslaught. One by one, like a row of thin things struck by a weighted object, the line of standing Jaegers crumbled to the wall and to the ground. Sister Cornelia's attack were like a whirlwind of death, rolling with the speed at which they struck. He keeps growling!
Doggo!
Yeah, doggo! You said the noise complaint is gonna come. Where was I? Right. They came in advancing at inconceivable angles, conjuring slopes, slashing open entries, and then they were gone. So it was that when I finally reached the cobbled path beyond the stagnant channel. Not a soul was left standing beside Sister Cornelia and myself. Doggo hungry? He's always hungry. The cathedral is at the end of a ladder just beyond this gate, she indicated as she flickered dripping blood from her fingers like a child who forgot a handkerchief to dry her wet hands. Her eyes shone with the afterglow of battle. The Jaeger can't be far behind, so we better hurry, she warned. And as if to punctuate her warning, the damp sound of numerous feet picking up waters as they advanced towards our present location had now become clearly audible to my ears. Stepping over the handful of Jaeger's corpses lying scattered about behind the wall of sandbags, we made our way for the dry bed channel which lay ahead of us. I placed my hands on the slightly damp stone floor of the empty channel and crawled through the half-open door of the sluice gate. A falling water droplet struck the nape of my neck as I passed through the cramped opening, causing me to stop dead in my tracks. In the moment that I followed, I recognized the sound of an oddman overhead, on the verge of discharging a burst of magic. "Toby!" came the ostensible voice of Sister Cornelia, as my vision was instantly flooded with a wave of exceeding brightness. Then, in the midst of this whirl of blinding light, came the hand of a savior which grabbed me firmly by the shoulder. The powerful feeling of being dragged and the explosion produced by magic rupturing stone were almost simultaneous. As the booming roar swept across the whole of my body, I was thrown backwards towards the ground. Despite my clouded vision, I managed to somersault before landing in the prone position. Choking on the filthy puddle, I had fallen face down and I lifted my head in time to see a cloud of blackened dust being heaved from the mouth of the halfway raised sluice gate door. And as if my worst nightmare had become reality, I watched as one another the blockading Jaeger emerging from the smoky cloud, each bearing a glinting blade. I floundered about on the slippery mud and watched as their ranks sprung into action and closed in. Their rugged facial expression now visible to my eyes. Instantly rolling to the side, I unsheathed my hidden blade as I attempted to deflect a wide arching slash from another with my bag. The cloth of the bag, which was the sharp over which the sharp edge ran, split open without a sound, and the paper-wrapped ointment fell onto the cobbled floor. Frantically, I searched for the ointment at my side, but I was unable to get a grip on it because of my clumsy, panic-stricken state. One of the mercenary men, his eyes intent on my throat, drew back his long sword to end my life. But before he could make his move, a dark silhouette appeared from behind him. It was Sister Cornelia. Her hands, moving with such finesse, disarmed the man in an instant, and left only his sword behind before he was launched from sight into the hanging shadows filling the dark conduit. As the sound of the falling sword struck the ground with a high-pitched clang, Sister Cornelia dropped to her knees, her soft whispered words full of regret. "I'm sorry, Toby." With her head bowed forward, I watched in disbelief as several streaks of blood began to run down the side of her face. "It looks like the goddess may be calling you home too," he said gently. Once again, Sister Cornelia rose to her feet, her coat hanging in tatter. Her outer garment ragged straight. I knew for certain that it had been caused by the previous blast of magic. In order to protect me from harm, Sister Cornelia had willingly used her body as a shield to absorb the brunt of the fall. And now, a stain of effervescent words. A stain of crimson blood had begun to seep through the cloth covering her breast. I swept out the artifact which had tumbled onto the ground from the hole in my severed back and tore away the wet paper which covered its surface. Then, with the cold lump of metal in hand, I placed it atop my ointment as I gripped them both tightly together. The sound of footfall from the Jaeger Corps had by now subsided. They stood in a cluster with their swords drawn, effectively blocking any possible escape through the sluice gate. Sister Cornelia let out a shrill cry, and I, as if taking the sound to be a command to attack, unleashed the power, the energy pent up within my ointment. The device roared, and at the instant the magic was discharged. I felt an intense wave of searing heat graze over my cheek, as my entire body was immediately blown backwards by its powerful force. Stunned, I collapsed onto the ground. When I finally forced open my eyes, I could see Sister Cornelia standing above me with her back turned to face me. Her right arm had lost all strength to function and hung limply at her side. Dazedly, I slid to her knees and slumped onto the ground before me. I pulled Sister Cornelia close to myself and, hugging her tightly, blasted the pack of assailing mercenaries with an instantaneous wave of magic. But then it was all over, my last stand ending as soon as it began. Countless razor-sharp sword tips stared down at us from all sides. Convinced that I had finally reached my life terminus, I raised my right hand and vowed, placing a false hope in my ointment that it could somehow protect us. I activated it, the last of its energy being consumed as it was drained to empty. Whirling arrow blades spun around us as I closed my eyes and accepted my fate. And behind my darkened eyelid, an endless realm of whiteness began to spread out before me. And then, a legacy never to be forgotten, the finale. I was swallowed by the light only to be spilled moments later onto a patch of hardened ground. The air was filled with the scent of sun-baked earth. Yet, for being the floor of some grandiose heavenly estate inherited by those in the afterlife, it felt quite like the flagstone I had grown accustomed to in my past life. The bro thinks he's dead. Upon feeling around in my immediate surroundings, my searching hand found soft locks of disheveled hair. It seemed as though Sister Cornelia had came as well as I to meet our creator firsthand. Gradually, as I lay there, I felt something warm swell within the pit of my stomach. Weary and spent, I just let the feeling spread over me. It was at about this time that the sound of murmurous voices started to fill the air around us. Warm breath tickled across my nose and brow. letting me know that I was being stared at directly in the face. As my eyes adjusted to the intensity of the light, I realized that I was looking into the face of a young girl who beamed back brightly with the widest of smiles. However, she seemed a bit young to hold the esteemed position of the goddess. The knell of the bell overhead rang out loud and clear. Strangely, it had sounded exactly like the cathedral's distinctive toll. Taking in this series of events to be rather odd, I picked myself up and at last awoken from the dream which had temporarily invaded my senses.
Oh,
Yeah.
we have a cutscene.
What?
Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, they didn't turn to stone yet. This is where they turn to stone. Roy! Romania! Commander Cecilia! Say something, please! Hey, what's going on here? What's going on? Ah! Hugo, right? What happened here? Are those the rest of the knights? I'm afraid so. It was awful. They all turned to stone right in front of me. Alright, calm down. Just tell me exactly what happened. Okay. We were searching for Lady Rhea, of course. And all of a sudden, a sorcerer in black robes appeared out of nowhere. I'm believing this is Kaz. He chanted some kind of spell and then everyone just poof, solid rock. Purification curse are no simple task to pull off. Whoever did this is top tier sorcerer. It could only have been Kaz. Epona was right. He's on the move now. And he's obviously trying to make his presence felt. Hugo? What do we do in a situation like this? Please, tell me there's something we can do for them. I hate to admit it, but this is beyond my abilities. I believe your best course of action would be to consult Ashara, further Shion, about and wait for further instructions. Oh. You have a Lele shell, don't you? If so, then I leave this matter in your hands. If you'll excuse me, there's other business I must attend to. Wait! I heard people talk about you before. Oh boy. They say you're a magical prodigy. A sorcerer of the House of Fact. Oh boy. Are you sure there isn't anything you can do to help? Even if it's a long shot, I'll take it. I'm no expert on curses. And I don't have time to waste here. My efforts are better spent continuing the search. A logical decision of labor is paramount importance in the times like this, especially when it comes to several members. Uh-oh. Time to waste? It's not a waste of time! What is the power of yours if it even good for anyway? It seems like you only use it to help yourself. Well, you know what? That's just fine with me. I'll figure this out on my own. What is my power good for? What indeed? Oh well. I guess I don't help these guys. Bye! Don't mind me, I'm just gonna take this key. You can continue to read.
Alright. There it was, the familiar cityscape, the sounds, and even the sense of the breeze. I knew the place by heart. It was the public square of the imperial city which unfolded before the great cathedral of the Septian Church. I opened the fingers of my right hand and stared down at the metallic lump in its palm. Entrusted to me by Mitch. Golden filament of light swirled across the surface of the artifact. I instantly recalled Sister Cornelia's words. "It's alive," she had said. And as I watched the ancient light gradually fade away before closing my hand around its surface once more, I believed it. Holding each other by wrapping our arms around one another's shoulder, Sister Cornelia and I hobbled and limped our way towards the magnificent cathedral as the awe-inspiring figure of the goddess. Fucking Adios! With unfurled wings, watching over us from the deep hued stained glass window above. And as for the events which followed, they were all settled in an orderly fashion. The metallic lump which Sister Cornelia had so daringly risked her life for was turned over to His Eminence, the Cardinal, who presided over the cathedral. He disappeared with it through the thick open door to a sacred vault. The level of corruption which has spread like a plague amongst members of the imperial court, influential aristocrats, and even commissioned officers in the imperial army astonished even those mediators acting on behalf of the resurgent. I stayed close by Sister Cornelia as she was laid out on a pew inside the chapel of the cathedral. The real sisters of the church delicately pulled off her coat and cut open her vest. Now stuck to her body was dried blood. Upon doing so, they found an ornate shirt of chainmail just beneath the layer of her clothing, which for some reason seemed to bewilder them all. The next day, a certain aristocrat, who had hired the Jaeger Corps to carry out his selfish bidding, agreed to relinquish the artifact in his possession in return for keeping his estate. Hence, his collection of forbidden antiques were brought under the safekeeping of the Septian Church. Sworn to secrecy, I made immediate arrangement to take leave for the covert republic. My destination, a high-class resort, which turned out to be an excellent way to recover physically and mentally, as well as forget about the series of events which had occurred over the past few days. Naturally, the Graysons assigned to provide my escort were none other than Clayton and Pavel, who before we left guided me without a word to where Sister Cornelia was resting. I talked with Sister Cornelia, who had awoken for a short interval, but as I got up to leave, she reached out her dainty hand and said to me, "Before you go, I want to tell you my real name. It's Ein. Ein Sonnet." I took her unbalanced hand in mine and gripped it firmly as I expressed my appreciation for what she had done. And today, now 3 years later, I stood staring at her name once again, but this time printed on the page of the Imperial Chronicle, Ein Sonnet. Below those printed characters ran a few lines of an unembellished article. Yesterday, a corpse was discovered in an urban area of the capital just before dawn. The body was found to be covered with multiple stab wounds. The departed, in life, had been involved in charitable work and brought salvation to many afflicted souls in various regions throughout the land. As I read the last line, I envisioned the deceased figure of Sister Cornelia lying motionlessly upon a darkened street. Yet, despite this blood-stained face I envisioned in my mind, I saw her as she rested in peace, a gentle smile crossing her face, and vindicated of any transgressions in life. I rolled out the copy of the magazine in hand. I brushed my hand lightly across the shining bracer emblem pinned on my chest. Almost 2 years had passed since I converted to my new line of work, where Sister Cornelia had so graciously recommended to me. And finally, I had even become used to using my real name. Kobe, came the whisper of Sister Cornelia as it resurrected in my ears. Now only known as Kobe, I pressed my forehead up against the cold, clouded window of the passenger car. The refulgent eyes of Sister Cornelia shining brightly like a cornelian stone, forever ingrained in my memory. In my mind's eye, I watched as her coat sleeve turned up behind her, and she dashed away into the darkness of my memory. Opening my eyes, I gazed up through the window glass, and there I saw the bleeding moon color illuminating of the Imperial City as it faded away beneath the heavy white fog. The end.
Yay! Oh, that was super sweet.
Yeah, she died at the end of the story. That was super sweet.
She's not dead.
Yeah, I know, but in the story,
She,
not in the story, she just wrote her off.
but but Ayn isn't dead.
Yeah, RL 9 is it what I'm going to do? My dude just write his own death and someone else's death in the story. My dude.
She can't be dead because we see her in fucking Trails of Cold Steel 4. And that story is about how Toval became a bracer, so that was in the past.
Yeah.
I want to know how Ayn joins the Dominion. I'll find that story interesting. I don't think that's a story, though. Oh god, there's 2 ways to go! Where do I go? Also, we need a new story for you to tell us, Clara.
Oh no.
This'll never end.
This will never end. Let's see.
Will I get a new book for you?
Let's see. Oh Lord, I thought other ones below are new books. Yeah, sure.
There are some of them. Let's see. We've read the Ayn one. There's the vampire one that I've read. That's really long.
Vampire.
There's the Erebonian folklore. It's apparently 3 chapters, 3 volumes long. And so, wait, did you read this? What was the last chapter that you read? It was Progressive Chaos, wasn't it? Wait. Oh! Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Progressive Chaos.
Where's the one that we need to read for... before this one. I think we need to read this one before Reverie. I'll send it to you. I think this is the one.
I mean,
I think.
it looks like it's supposed to be the two like characters for the covered series.
Does?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's like, don't you think? Like the pink hair girl and like the guy.
Maybe.
I'm gonna have to check the
The last chapter in this, it's 10. Oh god, there are 10 of these.
Yeah.
Oh
Pretty sure the one with like Kobo is longer though. Wait, where is it?
yeah, it might be. It might be their
Let me check.
backstory.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is, cause like the girl is still holding onto a stuffed toy, like a teddy.
Yeah, I think it might be. I think it might be it might be their backstory, which would make sense why it would be necessary to read before Reverie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even the wiki they just said that it's a book series that can be collected in Trails 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they even have a fucking synopsis, like
They do,
literally
yeah,
at every.
of all
Wait,
the
I
volumes.
read this. It's so fucking long.
It is. The synopsis is so long. We're not reading.
the
Don't read the
fucking synopsis is
synopsis. Read the
long.
volume. How could you read the synopsis of the volume?
It's Amber. It's a whole. It's literally 2 chapters in one. Okay, never mind. This is gonna be longer than. It's gonna take more than the entire stream, Michelle. It's gonna take us to the next stream.
I mean, yeah, but that's what makes it cool. You guys get to hear. You guys get to hear the fanfic in one stream.
I told you it's a whole fanfic.
It's a.
Mom. You know what? You're not even wrong.
You're not wrong. It's backstory. It's a story about side characters that we will be introduced to in Reverie. It's important.
Alright, I'll be right back before I continue this story.
The chapter 1 is the butler and the lady, and I love that. What's that? I love the name. Oh god, my camera. I fix. Hang on. There we go. Fixed. Alright. Anyway. Moving on. Oh. Oh my god, these guys. Pressure! Boots! I was hoping I'd get new boots. Here we go. Woo! Talent. Skill. I have 2 ways to go. Wonder which way is the right way. Okay. Here.
Ambient.
Welcome, Geek.
Wow, thank you.
Welcome.
What is this? Okay. There's images in the wiki page as well.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, what is this? No, Amber, you need to see this on your own later. The image. The boy's us. Who is he?
What image are we looking? What image am I looking at in the first
Okay,
chapter?
There's yeah, the first. You just look all three, and then you'll notice
Look at
the third one. What is this?
where's the third one? Oh, the third picture. I'm scrolling.
Yeah,
I'm scrolling.
what is
I'm
this?
scrolling. Not the first picture. I'm not seeing it. Second. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then you see
Third?
the third one. What is this? What is this?
It's fine. It's fine.
This is fine.
This
Amber
is
says
fine.
as he
Yes.
chuckled nervously. This
Yes.
is fine. This is fine.
So, see, from what the looks of it is, that girl is a noble lady, and the guy is her butler.
Yeah.
This is gonna be fun.
I
Yeah.
wonder how is Calvert's gonna be like then with this too.
I have no idea, and I'm excited to find out.
She's the bratty noble girl, and then the guy is just like her childhood friend that's like
Keeps her out of trouble.
sign. Yeah, keeps her out of trouble, sign at every turn. Right. Then asking himself why am I here? Just to suffer.
Why am I here just to suffer?
Just to suffer. and then every time he just like runs into like trouble, and then he's just standing. No, I just imagine he's like just standing there, and then the girl like just runs into trouble behind his back, and then the scene just turn grey and just turn grey and white, and then the meme like they're asking who you're asking.
I need to copy those pictures that you were on about. I need to save these.
question.
Actually, you know something. I'm gonna show chat. I'm gonna show chat the pictures.
like it's so sus. Why are you like this? Without looking at the words, it seems forever. It seems like the boy's forever like either
Yes.
drenched in sweat
Chat, this
or
is
in the rain.
Chat, this is the first picture. Oh my god, it's hard to see it with the thing. Ah! No! But, I can't. Oh, save the image and fills. There we go. Look at this. That's the first picture. You want to read the first part of this, and then when you get to the second picture, I'll show the second picture.
Oh, it's gonna take a while to reach the second picture though.
I know, but we'll shrink this down for chat, and where do I put this while you're reading the thing?
Maybe just will there be things blocking just above you?
Will there be what things? Let's see.
Like
Yeah.
put it right above your
Yeah.
screen, like the webcam.
I can do one better. Okay. For some strange reason, it does not want to find the new tab. If chat wishes to see the picture, I'll put in the general in the Discord. Alright, chat? That's where it is, if you wish to see. That's the first picture. And when Claria gets to the second picture, I'll post the second picture in. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's posted in the general in my Discord. Also, that's who you meant. I recognize her now. Thank you. I vaguely have a vague recollection. I haven't played Chrono Trigger in years. I haven't seen many of the characters I can't remember the story of Chrono Trigger, if I'm being honest. Anyway. Moving on.
Alright.
Let me know when you get to the second picture and I'll post it in the Discord for chat as well. Alright?
A single passenger ship of Kurdish... I'm already stuck at the first line. A prodigious size lay anchored to a port town in the northeast of Principality of Remiferia.
Ooh.
Extravagant, crafted from top to bottom, a single glance was enough to discern its intended clientele, the privileged few among society's upper crust. True to appearances, the passenger boarded the vessel that day most certainly fit the bill, each smartly dressed and adorned with conspicuous opulence. Even among such guests, two stood out in particular, however. A young lady possessed of a regal air and the butler at her side. Judging from their attire, behavior, and linguistic register, they suited the setting to a prim and proper tea. The single factor that set them apart from the other guests were their ages. Neither looked to be much older than 12 or perhaps 13 years old, making them mere children in the eyes of most. Just one moment, milady. The young butler labored to keep pace with the young lady as he dragged a large suitcase behind him. Despite this, she continued to stride forward, not slowing her pace in the slightest. Exhaustion creases his weary brow. Oh boy! His attire was proper.
You know what this reminds me of? Black Butler. The anime.
Yeah, but the only difference is that Sebastian is able to keep up.
Yeah, that's true.
Sebastian will have no problem keeping up. No, you know what it reminds me of, if that's the case? It's, do you know Hayate, the combat butler?
Yes.
Kinda reminds me of that, a little bit. His attire was proper, as befitting his station.
I got a trophy!
But his Oh, an all magic!
Yes, using all magic.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. His attire was proper as befitting his station, but his unkempt hair, grown out long enough to completely obscure his eyes, was another story. On top of that, everything about his demeanor screamed that he was timid and weak of spirit. Step out of it, you dullard. You dullard. That's the first I've ever seen that word. The young lady briskly shouted, now several paces ahead of the struggling boy. If you can't make those legs move any faster, I'll cut them off and feed them to the hounds. Child. Who taught you this? She continued to increase her pace while assailing her butler with an unending string of contemptuous words. Her arrogant, haughty demeanor stood in stark contrast to her graceful appearance.
She looks
Dressed
sweet.
in a lovely black frilled dress, her blue eyes shone like a pair of sparkling sapphires.
She
and her
looked
twin-
sweet and innocent when we saw like pictures of this girl.
Yeah,
She's
she
not,
looks so.
she's not
No,
sweet.
you know what? From her frowning face, you can clearly tell she has like the slightly stuck up like attitude, but it's her grown up picture that made her seem so mellowed down. Let's see. Yeah, and the thin pigtail curled slightly in perfect art. Most eye-catching of all, however, was the 50. What? Rich? No, this is not English, okay? Stuffed bear she held close to her chest. Though it was large enough to draw attention, it didn't look out of place in the place of a girl such as her. Please forgive me, my lady. Please, my lady, forgive me. In response to the girl's tirade, the boy miserably sputtered excuses and breathlessly pleaded for leniency as he summoned his remaining strength to pick up his
I
pace.
feel sorry for this guy
So
already.
After a non-insubstantial trip, the two finally arrived at the ship's boarding gate. May I please see your invitation and boarding passes? The crew member working the gate asked, smiling politely. Up close, the ship was even more opulent, a prized possession of the Verne Company. Its main route was between Remiferia and the Covert Republic via Lemon Bay. For this particular trip, the entire ship has been reserved by one Halderbarn, a wealthy merchant from Covert. Passengers hoping to board acquired both a standard boarding pass as well as an explicit invitation from Mr. Barn himself. However, as each invitation included the room information for the guest in question, the boarding pass was strictly a formality. Gray. The girl called the boy by name, so his name is Gray, and gestured with her hand. Implicitly ordered him to present their credential. Yes, my lady, what do you require of me? The boy asked, having completely failed to grasp his employer's unspoken instruction. You cannot possibly be this dense, you stupid worm, she snapped. What? Oh, I'm so sorry, my lady, I beg your forgiveness. Powering before the young lady's vicious glare, the boy started and stammered 1,000 apologies. Silence, the invitation and the boarding pass, now! Right away, my lady. I feel so bad.
I feel so bad for this guy, and I don't even know who he is. I don't know much about this guy or the girl. But
We
she
only
does-
just learned his name.
It's Gray.
Yeah, it's great.
I didn't
Now
even.
I'm just thinking of Gray from Fairy Tale.
It does
Like-
remind me of Gray from Fairy Tale.
The Adelan version of Grey, the one that's simping for Julia in like the alternative world, like that's it.
Yeah.
The boy instinctively threw. Oh no! Wait! Right away, my lady. The boy began busily rustling through the contents of the suitcase, frantically searching for the requisite papers. Yet his haste quickly proved to be his downfall. For no sooner had he located the pass than a sudden gust of wind blew past, tearing the paper from his hand.
Oh
Oh no! He exclaimed.
This poor man.
This boy. Oh no! He exclaimed. The boy instinctively threw his arms out, stretching them to their physical limit, but his efforts were in vain.
Oh,
The boarding pass gently flooded down to the bottom of the arbor, coming to rest gently on the water surface.
oh my god.
As though that wasn't bad enough, misfortune continued to hound the boy as a number of silhouettes swiftly appeared beneath the waterlogged document. A school of fish jumped into the air with a splash, spraying water all about. They then descended back into the harbor's depths, taking the hapless butler's boarding pass along with them. Oh. The boy's grief-stricken cry resonated throughout the harbor. Trembling with fear, he turned to face his master, prepared
Oh.
for an eruption of anger followed by a vicious tirade of abuse. Yet it did not immediately come. The girl simply stood there in silence. She stared long and hard at the boy, her face betraying no expression whatsoever.
Oh my god.
For what eternity she
She's
spoke.
not mad. She very mad.
This was the calm before the, this is Kageyama in the writing. This was the calm before the storm. The boy began spitting out apologies, tripping over his words as his voice grew weaker by the second, like a
I
short-circuited
feel so
video,
bad for this guy.
wobbling its death knell. His body seemed to shrink, and his shoulders slumped like a criminal awaiting judgment.
Jesus.
You're absolutely useless. The girl's anger finally burst forth in one violent blast. Despite the ferocity of her exclamation, she managed to save enough breath to launch a sharp kick at the boy at the same time. The well-aimed strike sent the boy flying further than her petite frame would suggest was possible. He seemed to hang in the air for a brief moment before resuming his journey downward over the edge of the pier, reaching a frigid end as he broke through the water's surface with a splash. As soon as he returned to his senses, he began violently thrashing his arm about, pleading for aid between coughing up mouthful of cold water. "My lady, please help me," he begged. His thrashing grew more desperate and frantic. "Oh no! You're going to find that pass, and I mean now. You're not leaving that water until I see it in your hands." "But I
What's
can't
wrong with
swim.
this one girl?
But I can't swim," he bubbled as his head began to slowly sink beneath the surface. "Are we gonna witness death?"
I mean, he can't
I'm
die
well
in this
aware.
story because he's in reverie, yeah, Claria. He must survive this.
That's a homunculus. That's not the real him. That's a fake. She made a better version of him. as
Yeah.
the
Oh my
original
God.
Grey Crown.
Jesus.
"I'm well aware. Please, my lady." His words were cut short as his lungs filled with water and the rest of his head bobbled below the surface.
Jesus.
His thrashing ceased and his silhouette grew faint as he quickly plummeted downward to the bottom of the bay.
He might actually
With the-
die.
No, yeah. With the
The fuck?
situation having reached an unacceptable level of risk, several onlooking crew members ran over to rescue the waterlogged butler. The moment the boy made it out of the bay, however, the still enraged girl tried to kick him back in again. "Miss, please, you must stay calm," the crew member at the gate said, trying to pacify the young noble. How? How can I be calm about this? My father was unable to attend, so I am here in his place. There are important business discussions taking place on this ship that I cannot afford to miss. And now, thanks to a certain someone's rank incompetence, that is exactly what is going to happen. The girl gave the boy a menacing glare so virulent it could have stripped the paint from the entire vessel. "Tell me, Worm, how exactly are you going to take responsibility for me being unable to board?" Though the boy was still coughing and violently spewing water, his already pallid face managed to lose what little colour remained in it upon hearing those words. Feeling pity for the boy, the gate attendant stepped in. "Well, for the time being, may I see your invitation instead?" The boy moved to comply with this request, but was stopped dead in his track by the girl's menacing scowl. She produced the invitation herself and roughly shoved it at the attendant. The attendant read over the papers, then went through the list of names on the guest list. This invitation is for Baron Chris Reinhardt, which I can confirm is indeed on the guest list. May I presume you two are his daughter and her attendant? You presume correctly.
Before you
Second-
continue, we have
It's the
we have
second
dialogue. We have dialogue.
picture. I just feel bad for the boy.
Oh, I feel so bad for this boy. Well, I'm impressed. Getting this far is no small feat. Hey, bro, how's it going?
What up, bro?
What up, bro? Toll. You're obviously getting a lot stronger, but if you don't pay more attention to your surroundings, it won't mean much. I could have easily attacked you from behind just now, and you would never be you'd be none the wiser. Oh boy. You think you're in a position to give me combat advice? You're going to wish you had attacked me from behind. Seems you're still in denial. I suppose then you haven't given any more thought to what I've said before about the nature of your power. If you put your mind at ease, you may take solace in knowing that you'll never be like me. Nor will I ever be like you. What? What did he... Oh, the Black Pearl. Cool. Thank you! What are you trying to pull? The hell is this? It's the Black Pearl, of course. Or a model scale... or a scale model thereof, at least. This peculiar item is a construct by Kaz, and for the dry run of the ritual. But fake or no, the magic contained within this is quite potent. It should be sufficient for reversing the knight's pure petrification. Wait. Why are you giving this to me? Are you playing some sort of sick joke? You're so confident you'll win, you figure you'd take pity on me or something? I guess you could call it returning the favor. I owe Galleon and the others quite a bit. It's probably a little too late, I know, but either way, there it is. Do whatever you will. Damn traitor. Trying to play both sides, I guess. A replica of the Black Pearl, huh? In other words, a bunch of raw magical energy stored into a ball. The hell am I supposed to do with that? Good question. What are we to do with that? I was figuring because, you know, I need to get the walkthrough up. So while I'm looking at the walkthrough, you can continue your story about this poor butler.
Oh, it's the second picture now.
Yeah, I put that in chat, in the general chat in Discord for peeps.
Alright. You presume correctly. I am Baron Reinhardt's eldest daughter, Celia Reinhardt. The gate attendant make a respectful bow before continuing to speak. Then there will be no need to further concern yourself with the matter of the boarding pass, Miss Reinhardt. You may proceed. Oh, we may? Strictly speaking, a decision of this nature requires approval from a higher-ranking employee. But in this case, the gate attendant decided that swift action was the best way to provide a peaceful solution to the rapidly worsening situation at hand. Yeah, she's trying to save the boy. It seemed as though you live to wreath another day, you useless worm. Can't you stop talking?
Jesus.
The girl boarded the ship, still staring icy daggers at her butler. He dragged her luggage on after her, still wheezing and dripping wet from the events of the past few minutes. He effusively expressed his gratitude to the gate attendant as he passed, receiving a sympathetic smile and a few words of encouragement. Aww.
Aww. I feel so bad for this guy.
Yeah. It's... Oh my god. So Celia and Grey, okay. Having finally boarded the ship, the two youths immediately headed for their room. Their pace was quick, as though they already knew the way, and not a single word was exchanged between them as they briskly walked down the halls. Once they arrived, they gave the room a quick yet thorough search. Infiltration complete. Pull out the third picture. We've got context.
We've got context for the third picture already?
Yes.
Okay, third picture is in the general chat.
The girl broke their silence, suddenly speaking in a sleepy dull. Her eyelids drooped and she let out a mighty yawn. I don't feel bad for the boy anymore. Not a trace remaining of the tense, high-handed young lady from only a few moments ago. I'm beat as... think I'm going to take a nap. She tossed her plush bear onto the bed and immediately launched herself after it. She dove under the covers with childlike exuberance befitting someone her age, perhaps even younger. In contrast to her whimsical new demeanor, the boy remained completely expressionless. Don't let your guard down. The real mission begins now. His voice was alarmingly calm and... Now kiss! Now kiss! His voice was alarmingly calm and terse, as he brushed aside his bangs, still wet from the frigid water of the harbour. His now visible eyes were cold and sharp. Beneath that, however, was the gleam of a hunter fixed on its prey.
Wait, was this all an act just to get into the thing?
Yeah.
Wow! Okay. Oh, okay. Cool.
I see how it is.
We see how it is.
That's how it is. I don't feel bad for you anymore.
We felt bad for you. How could you betray our feelings?
In the span of 2 seconds.
In the span of 2 seconds, it betrayed our feelings. We have more cutscenes, by the way.
I don't think they're not even 12 or 13. I think they're older than that, but they just look young for their age.
Maybe. We have more cutscenes, by the way.
Oh.
Should take care of all these cutscenes before you continue your story about the butler and the princess. Is that we're just gonna call it that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like a good title to give it, to be fair. I think it's good so far. I like it.
Hey.
So if we find the power of the stone idol, Roy and the others can be saved? I believe so, but it won't be an easy task. Petrification is a very powerful type of curse. Undoing it will require finding an immense store of magic to serve as the idol's core. For it, like, it has to fit inside the tiny thing?
And house enough energy to undo the curse. Yeah. A small piece of jewelry might work, like that ring from earlier.
Has anyone found anything else like that, though? Now I get it.
Well, if it isn't Hugo.
I know, right? I always show up when you don't want me to show up. Welcome back. Thank you for putting so much effort into the search for my sister. Wait, what do you have? I'm sensing an overwhelming strong power emanating from your pack. I believe this would be its source. It would be its source. Will it not? Will it fit? It should be enough magic to get the job done, at the very least. Hugo handed over the Black Pearl to Yumika. Huh? It's as if you're read our minds. Yumika, if you would, place both the idol and the gem on the ground in front of me. Okay. Now then, let the joining begin. Dreaming idol power has been amplified. Neat.
Well, that certainly seems to have done the trick.
I can't believe it. If you hold it high in the air, the idol's gaze should negate the knight's petrification. You should hurry back to them. There's no time to lose. I'm on it. Well, it doesn't make me do it. Her enthusiasm is quite refreshing, don't you think? Thank you so much, Hugo, on behalf of Yumika as well. I know that this was weighing heavily on her mind. I fear she was about to lose hope, but in one fell swoop, you've given her it all back to her. Truth be told, I'm just a messenger. The object itself is compliments of my brother.
Huh?
It's from Toll? Interesting. Nevertheless, you deserve all our thanks as well. You are the messenger, after all. If it weren't for you, we'd still be without recourse. It was nothing, really. Now, if you'll excuse me, there's work to be done. Hugo.
Curious as ever, that boy.
He still has yet to find his way. It's only natural, I suppose. Most children of men become lost at one time or another and grow as a result. I've offered guidance to countless such lost souls as they've worked through tumultuous events in their lives. But this is different. Hugo's struggles run much deeper, and I don't like the implications of what I'm sensing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That sounds bad. That sounds bad.
Correct.
Oh, I can't use this? Oh. Oh, there might be another cutscene as we're leaving, seeing as I can't use the teleport thing.
Mm.
Hello there.
Hey, Kirino! Hi!
Hello, Kirino.
How's it going? Can I use it now? Yeah, there we go. We need to go to...
Ashara.
What's Ashara doing now?
Ashara said, "Hi, Kirino. Eclair read a porn novel to the chat."
What?
Look. Look. It's not. That's all I can say. It has too much blood and dead bodies for it to be scandalous like that.
Ah, Hugo. Looks like you've been successfully freed from the curse. Just now, yes.
Iniga told us about the role you play in this. On behalf of us all, I give you my thanks.
Believe me, I didn't do a thing.
Oh, come now. What's with the sour face? We really do appreciate what you did, you know?
Aww. Take care. I say we all just said bygones be bygones. It doesn't do us any good to fight amongst ourselves. As you wish. It was never my intent to cause trouble. I'm glad to hear you say that. We're going to return to base for the time, though the curse was broken. It's placed quite a strain on our bodies. I assume you intend to continue your search, no? That was my plan, yes. Then please take this with you. We discovered it during our reconnaissance. It will be you will most likely use it for long before we do. Ah. Then my next medallion, thank you. Best of luck. Oh.
Best of luck, Hugo. We're counting on you. Once you're feeling a bit more human again, we'll be right on your tail.
Are you okay, Roy? Can you walk? Yeah, I'm fine. Hugo? I'm sorry for what I said before. It was extremely rude of me. Don't worry about it. I wasn't exactly treating the situation with due respect myself. Well, that's okay. I appreciate your honesty. Anyway, thank you for your help. You really saved the day by bringing us that Black Pearl replica. I'll see you later. Okay. I think we have our next boss. I don't know if there's cutscenes. Let me just look in the guide to see if there's any cutscenes. If not, I believe you can go back to reading your book. You might be okay.
I'm not. Okay. The next one is literally just, I think, spies, if I'm not wrong.
What?
We're talking about spies. I think. I don't know. I don't know what is their goal here. Let's see. She tossed... Fuck, I can't speak. She tossed her blood... She tossed her plush bear onto the bed and immediately launched herself after it. She dove under the covers with childlike exuberance befitting someone her age, perhaps even younger. In contrast to her whimsical new demeanor, the boy remained completely expressionless. Don't let your guard
I
down.
spoke too soon.
The real mission begins now. What bonk?
I spoke too
No
soon.
bonk.
Hugo Fact, we meet at last. It's Kaz!
Gas! At least Cass is still here when
You. You're a slow one, I must say. I was beginning to grow weary of waiting. But Toel and Zelfa have spoken so highly of you. I couldn't pass up the chance to make your acquaintance. Feeling is mutual, actually. You've made quite a name for yourself around here. You are Kaz, no? In the flesh. I lead the Darklings in their noble pursuits, though I myself am but a servant of the great demonic will, the force that spawns demons throughout this land. But enough about me. What can you tell me about yourself? Nothing you don't already know, I'm sure. How about we just cut the crap and get right down to business? I think we both know what's coming. So, let's get this over with. We can settle this whole matter right here, right now. How delightful. Really are as reckless and as ordinary as they say. But fighting is not my intent. Quite the opposite, in fact. It is! Kaz! You're trying to recruit Hugo! You're trying to recruit him!
we
You
figured.
lie! Also, my camera's gone weird again. Hang on. To use it as a puppet. It's still recruitment, okay? It still counts. It still counts. Oh. Since you're so keen on this to dispense with the formalities, I'll get right to the point. Desire power, do you not? Power enough to surpass the abilities of your six priests, perhaps. What? We have such power at our disposal. Moreover, we are perfectly willing to bestow it upon you. In fact, I can grant you such power right this very moment, if you'd like. Oh boy. Have I piqued your interest? Is this your strategy? Trying to tempt me over to the dark side? Compare you to Darth Vader? If so, then it seems I'm grossly overestimated you. Do you really think I'd allow myself to become a demon like my brother just to experience a power high? Why not? Is that really such a terrible idea? Think about it. Demons and magic are inextricably bound. After all, two parts of a greater whole. Must one part be light and the other dark? One good and the other evil? They share so much, yet bear such desperate connotations? I did not say that right. You men and women of Ys use magic as a matter of course to better your lives. Why we not do the same with demons? That's The notion that demons are evil by nature is nothing more than a description on the part of your goddesses. No outside hand forced Toel to take on demonic powers. It was a choice he made for his own of his own volition. And, as you've seen, the strength it's granted him is virtually beyond compare. Strength greater than you could ever hope to achieve with your magic. Strength worthy of a true successor. Ooh! Oh! Oh boy. I've been observing you closely from the moment you set foot in this tower. I know your mind, your desire to kill your brother, your lust for power, the loathing you feel towards your own destiny. Those thoughts consume you. I understand you. You are not so different from us, as you might like to believe. Your thirst for power is unquenchable. You wish to be stronger than all others, stronger than any human is able to be. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's human nature to seek the top of every mountain, the summit of every spire. We're back to Haikyuu.
Seek the top of every summit. You can beat Shiro Torizawa.
I want to see it happen, Hugo Fact. I want to see what you achieve, that which you desire most. I believe you could be the strongest demon there ever was. And oh, what a spectacular sight that would be. I won't fall for this. I won't allow you to deceive me. I assure you, I'm being completely forthright. But if you doubt me, how about I give you a chance to test the waters? What are you talking about? If you don't become a demon all at once, you know, I can give you these powers temporarily. Call it a trial period. That way, you'll have an opportunity to see how much stronger you can be. You must take me for an idiot. No one would be stupid enough to walk into a trap like that. In other words, you don't trust yourself not to succumb to the demonic desires such power would awaken in you? Consider this, then. When last you saw your brother, how did he appear to you? For all his strength, did he seem any less himself? Had he lost his mind and turned into a grumbling devil? Ultimately, the choice is yours. I have no intention of forcing this upon you. If your mind is made up, then that's the end of that. Wait. If I do this, will I really be strong enough to kill him? Oh my god. You got now! Don't trust cats! That's a bad idea! I'm certain of it. I suspect you won't be far more. You would be far more attuned to the power than he. It would be no contest at all, I believe. All right. As long as it's only temporary. Of course. Oh no. Come here then, if you'd please. Oh god. I call upon the great demonic essence to bestow this facet of its power upon the one who stands before me. What am I feeling? Fear not, it is but a fragment of the essence, slotting itself into your soul. Beyond the door lies a guardian demon. Why not try out your newfound powers on it? I must say, I quite look forward to the results. I got new powers, sweet. What have I done? No, this is good. This is how it should be. Did this too. And it made him far stronger than I ever hoped to be on my own. Oh boy. But now, I can get the upper hand. I can outmatch him. And I'll do whatever it takes to put an end to this his miserable existence. Hugo! What you do? He really has! That's not even a joke, he really has! So am I stronger now?
Execute Order 66.
Execute Order 66. Okay. I don't know if there's gonna be another cutscene. You wanna... Well, wait. Oh, it's this boss! Oh. I'm glad I got a power-up for this one. This one was annoying as Yumika. I think you're safe to continue reading your story, Clara.
Alright. Where is it? Oh, each and every inch of his body. Oh, okay, I realized they are literally using the Trill's version of measurements. No, I'm so confused. The flustered, stammering butler from before was nothing more a memory. Though the girl's transformation was strange, the boy's sudden shift in personality was nothing short of jarring. That wasn't really your best work out there, S. Far from it. She spoke nonchalantly.
Ow.
Ah yes, each and every inch of his body, right? Yeah! Each and every inch of his body exuded composure. She spoke nonchalantly, rolling around the bed as she critiqued the boy's performance. She's still the same. She remained silent for a moment before speaking, almost as though he agreed with her assessment, at least in part. It didn't affect the mission. But you overdid each and every reaction. It's not easy to match that without seeming unnatural, you know. You hammering it up like that made us stand up more than we needed to. Despite her words, the girl's half-hearted tone took the bite out of her criticism. These were the duo's true personalities. The upper-class young lady and her bumbling butler making a spectacle at the boarding gate were simply an elaborate act, necessary for gaining entry to the ship and nothing more. Any other method of infiltration might have raised suspicion, endangering their mission. Thus, they chose to board under false identities. They had made clever use of the organization's info network beforehand, ascertaining which of the invitees would be unable to attend. Armed with this bit of intel, they created their personas. The invitations required for boarding were printed on high quality papers. High quality, but ultimately differed only in name. High quality, yes. Using the same layout for each invitation was the logical choice for a merchant looking to pinch Mira wherever possible. Logical or not, that particular decision had made the necessary forgery a walk in the park. The boarding pass, on the other hand, was a different story. The Verne Company was known to employ cutting-edge technology to prevent forgery. Attempting to use a fake pass to board was an act accompanied by a considerate amount of risk. This is why the two engineered the dramatic performance that took place at the boarding gate. The boy dropping their boarding pass was, of course, an intentional act. Both the gusty wind and timely group of fish were the result of a battle ointment the girl had kept hidden in her stuffed bear, a clever method she had used many times in the past to cast acts unnoticed. All of their hard work had paid off. The infiltration had gone exactly as planned. It was yet another successful operation for the boy, known as Three of Swords, and the girl, known as Nine of Swords, in their life as professional assassins.
What? Nani? The plot thickens.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 3 and 9. As its scheduled time, the ship departed. As he watched the shoreline shrink into the distance. Can I just go in 3? It's 3 of swords at the mouth. Hmm. 3 spoke in a cold, flat voice. Target presence confirmed. Every pinpointed enemy position. Is our route prepared? Yep, we're good to go. The young girl known as 9 stood behind the boy, answering in a relaxed drawl. The polar opposite of her partner's icy tone. Having been dispatched by the organization, the two laid the groundwork of the mission. The assassination of the man responsible for this voyage, the wealthy merchant, Halderborn.
I did it! I did it first time! First try! My abilities aren't coming any easier than before at all. Should have known he was full of it. What? Uh-oh. It's not over! Damn it. How can it be still moving? How can it still be alive? This isn't good. I wasn't ready for this. Oh. What? What was that? Nope. Ah! Oh boy. Ah! Oh! So, this is what it's like to have demonic power. Oh boy! This should be fun! I'm sorry. What? Let's get this trial started. Ah! Do I have to kill this guy again? Okay, sorry, I was interrupting you, Claria. My apologies.
No, it's fine. The organization was not particular about how they dealt with their targets, whether in swift silence or via violence. Their only real concern was making sure they did not draw the attention of the Bracer Guild or the local police. But
Well,
you
that was
killed
fast.
somebody, they would draw the attention.
I that was fast. I killed him within like 2 seconds. That was fantastic. With this, there's no way I can lose to him again. And then... Oh no, Hugo! He's gone to the dark side! Uh-oh. Hugo! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, Ashara! Oh no! Oh no! I have a feeling that Mishka's gonna die, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
The death flags are real. Anyway, this is you. This is a...
Ashara, oh, it's me. Yes, it's me. Stay back. Something's definitely not right about him. Or you think.
You think? Oh well, if it isn't Mishka and Ashara. What brings you two here? Lady Fenna asked us to come and check up on you. She was worried. Hugo, what happened? Oh, this and that. Hugo?
Looks like he's taken out on a demonic element of his own. And it's eating him from the inside out, driving him mad. Assuming he has already been completely consumed by it.
Hugo, no! Please, Hugo! You have to hold on! Oh, shut the hell up. You whiny bitch! I am tired of you always meddling in my affairs! Though if you don't want to shut up, I can always shut you up myself. Mishka, back to base now! Too late! Oh! He hurt his friends. So... so weak. So incredibly weak. Weaklings are all unworthy to life. You will die! This is you.
Man, just such a dumbass. Didn't I warn you about Cass?
You.
And you went and took his offer anyway. What the hell is wrong with you?
Ah!
Guess I need to slip some sense into you after all. Let's do this, Hugo. Fight him.
I like this is cutscene related. I'm not fighting her.
Come on, you can do better than that. All those eyes and you still can't catch sight of me? Pathetic.
Ah! Damn it!
God damn it, Ash. God damn it, Ash. God damn it, Hugo. Snap out of it already. I'm sorry, I'm like reading two conversations. If you let this take over, you're screwed. Your brother didn't flip out when he took on his demonic element. And you can't let him outdo you, you know? Show me that you're the better man. Show me that you have more control than he does.
Oh boy. Maybe Mishka won't die, but maybe Epona will.
Can you tell me you wanted people to respect you for who you are? Well, right now, you're nobody. Just an empty shell with a shitload of power. I think that's quite a compliment. Is that what you really want?
Yeah, that's what he really wanted.
People won't think of you as a mighty demon. They'll just pity you.
Uh,
Oh,
Still haven't learned to shut your mouth, have you?
there we go. That's the old Hugo, alright.
Yeah, and me again. Though I've gotten myself into quite the predicament, it seems. Pulled you in with me. Damn it, that's right. Mishka, Ashara, wake up, please! War Sorcerer seemed completely unconscious.
I wouldn't worry. They don't look hurt too bad, so they'll probably be fine. What about you though? That experience have to left you pretty drained.
It's nothing worse than I deserve. Thought I could have the demonic powers and not be consumed by them. But in the end, he really is the stronger one.
Oh hell, forget what's talking on me now. It's probably not even your fault. Knowing Cass, I'm sure he planted some kind of subliminal message in your head to make you go ape shit like that.
He was in chat just going, kill them, kill them. So...
Cass is just over there. Grass.
It didn't work, Kaz. Your own minion foiled you. How do you feel? Getting foiled by your own minion. Subliminal message?
Yeah, a suggestion. Psychological trickery. He's pretty good at that kind of stuff. He probably intended for you to kill your friends, since you know you'll never be able to forgive yourself for that. And then he'll hit you while you were down to gain total control over you. Seems pretty likely to me, you know.
Why? I love that Epona's helping. Aren't you working with Kaz?
Yeah, like, bro.
Maybe so, but I'm the one who is stupid enough to play along. Uh-oh. Tisk. I was quite enjoying the show too. Had such potential. It's him.
Cass.
I must admit, Epona, I never suspected you capable of interfering in my plans. But you've shown me your true colors, so please allow me to show you mine as well. Turnabout is fair play, after all. What are you doing to her?
She's gonna die.
Oh god. Petrification. And with the second goddess and the black pearl already in my grasp, the ritual can't be unabated. Now, Hugo, I leave you to sit and ponder your helplessness before rushing ever onward towards your demise. Oh, Epona, hang in there, please. Oh. Damn it all. What the hell does he think this is going to accomplish? Oh no! This is mean. I don't like this game.
No, I did kind of go behind his back and help the enemy after all. Wasn't really what I was trying to do. Well, I can hardly blame him for wanting to put me out of commission.
Damn, the legs are already solid. Solid rock. Wait, here. I can get that idol we used to restore the knights.
Not gonna work. It was the blessing of the goddesses that saved them, and I can't accept that blessing. Besides, I know Cass. This was to teach me a lesson. Maybe to teach us both one. That's why it's moving so slowly. I suspect once the last part of me turns to stone, I'll probably crumble to dust. There won't be enough time.
No. Oh. This is pain. This is not alright. Isn't there anything I can do? Anything at all?
Yeah, there is. Just stay here with me. Keep holding me like you are. That's all I ever ask for.
Okay.
Bruh, is this another voice situation? The confession just before she dies?
Yeah!
I hate this.
I hate this too. Why does it work? No. Can you tell me why? Why you did this? Why you did so much to help me, knowing the risk?
I don't know how to say stuff like this too well.
Kira, no! No!
But I've never felt anything like this before. So I just wanted to help you. It just seems like the right thing to do. And I still think it was. I have no regrets.
That's it? Help me because you felt... because the way you felt about me? It's not right. I deserve better. And I deserve worse.
Come on. Don't talk like that. You're a real interesting man, Hugo Fact. I will always respect you and look up to you for who you are.
I'm not crying. I'm gonna cry. No. Hugo.
Hugo,
All this time I've been trying to so hard to gain power. But what was it actually gotten me? All it's done is taken from me. Hasn't given me a single goddamn thing. Why didn't I realize it sooner? All the signs were there, right in front of me. Sorry. So sorry. This is fine. This is an emotional scene and chat is laughing. Yeah, of course. Because chat is evil. Chat, you've always enjoyed seeing me and Eclaria cry to things. Why am I not surprised that you would laugh?
yeah,
at
why
me?
are you not? It's always been like this.
It's always like this. I know finding Lady Rhea and the Black Pearl is of utmost importance. But are you sure you're up for it, Hugo? You really don't need any company? I'll be fine. According to Kaz, both Lady Rhea and the Black Pearl have already been captured. And apparently he's some kind of demonic ritual now. We're running out of time and I can't afford to wallow in self-pity. I guess when you put it that way. Hugo.
I know a lot's going through your mind, but try not to let it distract you. The road ahead promises to be a bumpy one. And we can't afford to lose you.
Don't worry about me. I'll manage on my own until Lady Fenna has been freed from the barrier. Once she's out, counting on you all for backup.
And you have it. I promise you that.
I'll be right behind you, Hugo. Hugo's sad. Path is clear now. I know what I have to do if I'm ever to settle things with my brother. This is for you, Epona. I want to prove to you and to myself that your trust in me was not misplaced. The music won't stop. Oh, you want to read us a story to cheer us up, Clarion?
The story? Sure.
Yeah, hopefully it'll have a happier conclusion.
Anyway. As a hard rule, 3 and 9 would always select the most efficient method available to them. In this case, the mission was to prevent the ship from arriving in Covert with Haldor still alive on it. Haldor has strong ties with Heye, a sizable criminal organization in the Republic. Should he safely make it to his destination and take refuge under their protection, his extraction and subsequent elimination would prove an exceptionally difficult task. Aside from the engine area, the ship had 3 main floors. The lowest housed a considerable number of general passengers. Naturally, this was where 3 and 9's room were located. The second floor contained a hall used for parties, banquets, and meals, as well as other events. Finally, the third floor featured luxury rooms prepared specifically for noble use. At present, however, the entirety of the floor was reserved by Haldor, who was enjoying the comforts of the room in the furthest back. 3 and 9 put their equipment and tools in order and then sprung into action. Their plan was to head to the hall on the second floor, but not before leaving a little gift on the first. The hall would be packed with passengers once dinner service began. Given that only the ultra-wealthy and those with noble status were in attendance, the menu was likely to be suitably extravagant, yet once they arrived, they found that Haldor had not elected to appear, perhaps out of caution. This was expected, however, and the two took their planned position in the central area of the room. It's time. Three quiet murmur was immediately followed by the din of an explosion from the floor below. The passengers began to panic, but their fears slowly subsided to uneasiness as security personnel deployed and headed to the first floor to investigate the situation. In truth, the explosion had been caused by a small makeshift bomb that 3 and 9 had planted in an unoccupied room. The blast wasn't particularly powerful, but it was enough to ignite a number of small fires in the area. Their goal was to lure out security, and in that regard, the bomb had more than served its purpose. The plan was progressing apace. "Guess I'm up," 9 said in her usual Lacadece. How do you even say this fucking word? Look, it says Lacadesco. Look.
It's
In her
okay.
usual block doll.
I wouldn't be able to read it better anyway, so you're
The
fine.
funny thing is, I know this word, but I just never heard anybody say it before, so I've just never known how to pronounce it. She gathered up the edges of her skirt in her hands and gently swayed back and forth, resulting in a number of black spears thudding down the floors. A series of muffled pops reverberated throughout the halls, garnering a cloud of smoke and tear gas that quickly filled the room. What's going on? I can hardly breathe. My eyes are tearing up. The gas wasn't especially strong and would have no lasting effects on its victims. However, it was more than enough to send the already uneasy group of elites into a full-blown panic. 3 and 9 then began the next stage of their plan, their infiltration of the third floor. Currently, the bulk of security was on the first floor, meaning they would have to pass all the way through the second in order to respond to any emergency at the top of the ship. The large number of panicking passengers on the second floor wouldn't stall security for long, but the situation would still buy 3 and 9 all the time they would need. So far, the assassination plan had gone flawlessly. Still, that didn't mean killing Haldor would be easy once they reached him. The two hid themselves in a stairway on the third floor and scouted ahead. 2 more there. From what I can see, it looks like we'll have 5 to deal with. 9 shared her observation with 3 in a hushed tone. He silently nodded in acknowledgement. One look at the men standing guard ahead was enough to tell they were neither typical passengers nor ship security. They were well armed, and their combat experience was practically carved into their hardened faces. Ex-Jaeger, huh? It was clear they had been hired not to protect the general guest, but to personally attend to Haldor. Given that his room was located in the very back of the ship, it meant that the only way to reach him was through the battle-hardened veterans that currently barred 3 and 9's path. Avoiding a fight simply wasn't in the cards this time. I'll take the lead. As she said this, 9 began to casually walk forward, her posture relaxed. She made no attempt to hide her approach, and even when the guards heard her soft footstep and turned to look, they didn't register her as a threat, an advantage afforded by her candy-sweet exterior. Little lady, you're not allowed to hear without permission, one of the guards said in a gravely voice. Yeah, we know there has been some kind of disturbance downstairs, another chimed in, but this ain't an evacuation site. Get yourself back to your room. Their tone was a bit harsh, but considering they used to be Jaegers, their attitude towards 9 was almost amicable. She gestured towards Haldor's room. Yeah, I want to go in there, pretty please. 9 wasn't putting on the sport noble act she had used to sneak onto the boat earlier this day. This was probably as close to her genuine sleepy intonation as she would allow during a mission. You wanna meet Mr. Haldor, do ya? Well, today ain't your lucky day, kid, plus we got strict order to not let anyone into the room. And there's nothing I can do to change your mind? 9 tilted her head as she spoke. Her presence began to unnerve the guards. No, nothing. One of them finally responded. Oh, I see. That really is too bad. Despite her words, 9 didn't seem especially disappointed by their response. Taking her plush bear in hand, she suddenly thrust it out in front of her. There was a flash of silver and a loud flip, followed by the thud of 2 of the guards collapsing on the ground. Do you want to read it? No, never mind.
What?
No, I was just wondering if you were going to read that, but it's
Oh no,
repeated cutscene.
it's a rude cutscene.
Yeah. The knights have been pierced by 2 needles, which has been tipped in poison. A specialty of 9's and her mainstay in combat. Okay, now we know.
I got an
Fight
achievement for
poison.
taking care of all the roos, though.
Aww.
I know.
Ordinarily hidden within the bear, the needles could be used to quickly disperse various types of poison through a target's body when thrown at a vital point. 9 would typically carry up to 10 types of poison, each suitable for a different situation. Depending on the circumstances, he would even use poison-free needles on occasion. This time, 9 has struck the 2 bodyguards with a neurotoxin that robbed the body of its ability to freely move. While not strong enough to kill, it was definitely enough to immobilize someone of substantial size for a good while. What the? Having sensed something amiss, one of the remaining bodyguards down the hallway turned to see what was happening. Out of the corner of his eyes, he spotted a figure quickly moving in his direction. Before he could figure out what was happening, however, a blade flashed before his eyes and he was on the ground, incapacitated along with his comrade. The swift takedown was executed by 3. He wielded a long sword with a thin blade that appeared sharp enough to cut the very air around it. Its construction resembled that of a traditional Eastern sword, albeit with a straight blade instead of a typical carved one. Its design was surprisingly ornate, and curiously enough, it seemed to be missing a hilt guard and part of the blade near its face. The 2 bodyguards has seen what happened and had each already dropped into a fighting stance. No matter how useful their opponent, it was clear they had no intention of pulling their punches. Oh, there's a 4th image.
Ooh. There's a 4th? Hang on.
Yeah.
Are you on chapter 2 already?
No, no, it's a fourth image, and there's still a bit before hitting chapter 2.
Is it? It's not this one. Is it? Hang on. I thought there was only 3. I only see 3.
I thought so too. I didn't realize there was.
That's the last image that I see. I don't see another image. Unless you want to copy it and paste it to me.
Really?
Yeah, I don't see one.
Am I? Oh wait, am I? Oh yeah, I'm in chapter 2. Fuck, I forgot. It's the second image of chapter 2. I just keep reading, I forgot.
Yeah. You were so
It took a
engrossed
while.
in reading. You were like, I didn't even realize
Look.
I was on chapter 2.
I felt bad for the boy, only for him to say he's an assassin.
Yeah. And you no longer felt bad for this boy.
No, he's out here killing people, okay? I mean, granted, he's killing a noble, so I don't really give a shit.
This the one?
Hurts. No, there's one more at the bottom.
Yeah.
A more violent one.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay, hang on. Let me put the this one in, and then let me get this one and copy image and paste. There we go. Lovely. Okay. Beautiful. Let me fix my camera before I move on. And, yes. Any more pictures, you can let me know. Oh. You should just copy the pictures and send them over to me in the PM. That way I'll just send them into general. When you
I
come
can just.
across- Hmm?
Why can't I? Oh, is it because this is not? Is this because this is not a web? Okay. You know what? I might as well just. Wow, they're not letting me save. Okay.
You're
I
saving.
can't save when I'm tapped into the image itself for some reason. Yeah.
Oh, night cash!
Oh, Nightcast. Oh, first one. Nice. Alright, anyway. You little bastards, yelled one of them as he began swinging his axe downward. Three met the attack with his sword, locking the assassin and the bodyguard in place. Seeing an opening, the other bodyguard drew his sword and attempted to stab Three, while still holding onto the axe in place with his right hand. Three quickly drew a short sword with his left, using it to deflect the second bodyguard's attack in one clean motion. The short sword resembled the long sword in nearly all aspects but length. Unlike the long sword, it had a hilt guard, however. However, it seems incomplete somehow, as though it was missing a piece. It was much less an offensive weapon than the long sword, being used mainly for defense. Despite his best effort to fend off the attackers, it seemed as though Tree would quickly be overpowered. Even for him, it was difficult to hold back the weight of an attack from a grown man with only his right hand. Sensing that he needed to do something quickly, Three intentionally stopped pushing back on the axe, deflecting it harmlessly to the side. With his remaining strength, he whipped around to face his staggering assailant and plunged his short sword deep into his torso. Oof.
Ooh. You'll feel that tomorrow.
Or
Ow.
you think? The other bodyguard quickly launched a flurry of attack, but Three pushed the critically wounded ex-wielder into his comrade. The sword-wielding bodyguard was momentarily taken off guard, and Three capitalized on the opening, cutting him down with both swords. Like that should be. Three turned to notify Nine that the guards had all been dispatched. But as he did, he saw the door to the VIP room open behind her. Out stepped another ex-Jaeger, weapon drawn.
Albs?
His sights set on attacking the defenseless Nine while her guard was down.
Did
Too
you just
much
say
space up.
Albs?
Wait, no, ex-Jaeger. Wait, when did I say? I said 9. Defenseless 9.
I thought you said, I said, yeah, I heard you
No, I
say
don't think I
Albs.
said Albs. Did I? No. Like,
I have Albs on the brain.
Stabby. Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh no, it's all good. Too much space separated them for Three to warn Nine in time. He pushed off his back heel with all his might, but stopped his dash a split second later, as did the final bodyguard. Nine, you're pretty sharp. I was wondering how long it'd take you to catch on. Nine turned lazily on the heel and cast a derisive glance over her shoulder. Her expression remained unfazed as thin, red stripe appeared over the Jaeger's arms and legs. Blood began to trickle out like sanguine tears. You do well to keep still. Wiggle too much and you'll be living in far more pieces than you arrived. Her sweet appearance made her remark all the more disconcerting and ghastly. The ex-Jaeger understood that this was no empty threat. He truly couldn't afford to take another step. The cause of his painful predicament was a web of superfine steel wires surrounding him. Thanks to their special processing, the wires were roughly up as a drawer full of top-end kitchen goods. Wow. Nine had laid a trap outside the door, one that an unassuming person would have been hard-pressed to detect with the naked eye. Any unfortunate soul who had tried to pass through the area with any degree of speed would have soon found themselves the centerpiece of a grisly, blood-spattered table. The wires were connected to a specially designed needle Nine used as a main weapon. Such wire was notoriously difficult to use and was rarely regarded as being sufficiently powerful to use as one's only means of attack. While there were rumors of true masters who needed no other implements to eliminate their target, Nine had yet to attain quite... is there a grammar error here? I don't know. Nine had yet to attain quite such a level of skill with them. That said, she was still a menace in her own right and a fiendishly clever master of traps beside, as the ex-Jaeger had just learned.
How much longer do you have for like
2 paragraphs?
Okay.
Nine tossed a poison needle at her immobilized foe with minimal efforts and her hapless victim collapsed to the floor. She tilted her head to the side as she noticed Tree staring at her. What, is something wrong, Ass? She asked, using the nickname she preferred to call Tree by. She wouldn't often refer to herself as N, which Tree took as a shortened version of Nine. But when she spoke with Three, she would use S instead of T. He assumed it was short for sword, despite the word being part of both of their names, but had never bothered to ask. Nothing at all. Sui tersely responded as he turned to face the VIP room's door. At last, the pair stepped into the room housing their target, Haldor. To be continued.
I think we might be nearing the end here with the game.
Oh.
I think. Make sure my armor's up to date. Right. Actually, I can check. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where are we? Okay, we have 3 more floors to go, technically.
Oh.
But we're nearing it. We're nearing the end. Do we want to call it a stream here?
What?
Do you want to call it a stream here? And we finish off Hugo and start the next character next time?
Yeah, sure. We can do that.
We can try and finish it up tomorrow, chat. What do you think? I think it sounds good. And Claria will have more stories for us tomorrow, maybe. I have a lot of cutscenes to get through, though. But we'll see. If we have room to put in a story or two, we'll put them in there. How are you feeling after the emotional damage?
Not good. I didn't think that she would die.
I didn't think so either. I thought Mishka was gonna die.
Huh.
For some reason. But no, the death flags were wrong. The death flags were a lie. May the Geoforce be with you. Ugh. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out. I much appreciate it. We will see you all tomorrow. Usual time. With maybe this game. I'll see if I can get up some more levels before tomorrow. And maybe we can finish this off. Because I reckon if I get up to level 50, we'll be grand. That's what, or close to it. Right? It should be fine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
See you tomorrow, chat! Bye!